let us know. Okay, we're good.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We'll just ask that the mayor call the meeting to order, and we'll have everyone in the room please rise and remain standing for the singing of the national anthem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk, and welcome everyone to today's meeting of Tuesday, October the 6th, 2020. As is our usual order of business, we start off with the singing of O Canada. The O Canada singer, it's a pre-recorded performance, and this is the second time it's played for those of you with a keen eye. The singer is named Sibylla McAuley. Sibylla is 5 years old. She goes to Mary Ward School. She sings in the junior choir at Stamford Lane United Church. She loves science and wants to be an engineer when she grows up. I'd like to thank Sibylla for sharing her recorded performance of O Canada with us here today. So everyone can join along if they like or watch the screen.
Hi everybody, my name is Sibylla Malik-Sadeh. I go to Mary Ward School and I'm 5 years old. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all Iceland's common. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
And Sibylla, in case you're watching, congratulations. You did a great job. You made us proud. Thank you very much. So please be seated. All right, as we move through our agenda, first order is the adoption of the minutes from the September 15th meeting. Moved by Councillor Strange.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councillor.
I have a correction to the minutes at 7.6. I declared a conflict. I did not vote.
7.6. Mr. Clerk, do you have that?
Yep, we can make note of that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Peter Angelo. That she did what? Okay, so just for clarity, what item were we talking about? I don't even know what item.
Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me?
No, yeah, Councillor, we're just getting clarity. Are you saying you're changing your vote?
No, I'm saying I didn't vote. I declared a conflict of interest.
If I could just point out a matter of administration, all conflict of interest need to be handed in writing. We don't have any conflict of interest handed in a written form.
I didn't email it in. I just said it that night. I'll email it in to you now.
Yeah, Councillor, you did not declare a conflict and you raised your hand and voted in favor of it. So if you want to change what you did for clarity.
No, actually, Mr. Mayor, I raised my hand and said conflict. My mic was not on. just so that you're clear. But you can go back and check.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, maybe you can follow up on that. All right, thank you for that. So did we call the vote then? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, yeah, Councillor, did you have something?
Just to that point, and maybe it's just a matter of protocol, but when a councillor or a staff member comes in on Zoom, is there a way for them to vote electronically without unmuting or muting? Can they submit a vote by clicking yes or no? Just so we don't have this happen again.
There is no voting. You'd have to actually put your motions in, so that it would like be a question that would pop up, but we
Okay.
do not have, it's not set up that way. It would almost have to be, every single vote would have to be done that way.
Gotcha. I just so we avoid confusion in the future, but I thought maybe there was a simpler way, but thanks for the clarification.
You could raise your hand. You could flag to raise your hand.
No, but it sounds like Councillor Ioannoni did raise her hand, but her mic was muted, so we're not sure what she was raising her hand for, so.
Correct. Just like electronically raising your hand, you wouldn't know if that's a for or against. You're right.
Fair.
Okay, we're moving on to disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Do we have any disclosures? Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a conflict of interest on 9.5, letter from the Downtown BIA, and 9.12, letter from the Downtown BIA, outstanding employment issue with my spouse.
Okay, noted, and you'll hand that in to the clerk as well. Any other disclosures? Okay, seeing none, move on to the mayor's reports and announcements. We start off with obituaries. Doris Marie McAuley, the mother of Dave McAuley of our fire services, and Matthew Kirkwood, son of Corrine Kirkwood of our transportation services. We send out our condolences and our sympathy to the families on their losses. Upcoming community events. It's a pretty good update for council, and they should be proud of the fact that we had the Parade of the Unknown Soldier at Fairview Cemetery, and boy, when you talk to the veterans, they say that is one of the finest in the country. Beautiful job done by Mark Richardson and team on absolutely recognizing those that made the ultimate sacrifice. So we had the annual service this year. Everyone was physically distanced. We recognized Niagara's own unknown soldiers, as well as soldiers from around the world who paid the ultimate price for freedom. As we say, freedom is not free. As well, this week, I was joined by Councillor Peter Angelo and Strange at the Alex Louis Memorial Tree Dedication at the Gale Centre, where we planted a cherry blossom tree in his honor. The arena was near and dear to his heart, where he played hockey, he played sledge hockey, and his life was there and also in the hearts of all of his friends and his family that day. And we'll think about him every time we go to the Gale Centre and look at that beautiful cherry blossom tree. This week we had the opening of the John Allen Park tennis courts. So now we've got full service tennis courts with pickleball together. We've got basketball courts with road hockey, so the kids don't have to play road hockey on the tennis courts. We've got an artificial turf cricket field, which is terrific. And we've got a retention pond for skating in the wintertime, as well as a new play structure. So it's an amazing facility for the south end of the city. I'm told that the kids from St. Mike's can actually walk there and play tennis and pickleball, which is terrific. And it's outdoors, and now we're encouraging people more and more to go outdoors to get fresh air, sunshine, exercise, but to avoid close contact inside. What great timing to have this beautiful new turf and new field and new tennis courts and pickleball courts. Also, all the landscaping was done. It was all upgraded. If you get a chance, go check it out. It makes you really proud. And it's nice with all the growth in the south end of the city that we have that at that end of town. I'd like to thank Councillor Strange for representing us at the Falls Illumination Tower for a tour with the Armenia Independence Day ambassador, who was in town from their place. What are the ambassadors? They are at help me out. What do we call it? Help me out, Mr. Embassy. Thank you. I couldn't get the word out. Embassy. Here from the embassy. So upcoming events, Remembrance Day. We have a virtual live stream ceremony that will take place at Remembrance Day, so you'll be able to zoom in from your TVs. And as well, everything can be connected through the city's website at niagarafalls.ca. Next council meeting will be Tuesday, October the 27th. So that is it for now. And now, Mr. Clerk, if you would please introduce the next item.
We are a little bit ahead of schedule. The public meeting is not advertised to start until 4:30, and I know we do have some residents that were advised of such, so we could move ahead to reports if you wish. Item
Okay, sure.
7.1.
Sure, why don't we do that then? So, Council, we're going to move along in the agenda for now for the next 15 minutes. So report 7.1, double direct voting regional representation. So we've got a report and attachment there. What is my phone? Sorry, Council, give me 1 second, my computer. There we go. So what is, yes, Councillor Peter Angelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. First of all, I just want to say thanks to Mr. Mattson and staff for bringing the report back. And then I wanted to ask about next steps in terms of where we go from here. So if Niagara Falls wants to go down this road, then my understanding is that we would petition the provincial government for the right to have double direct representation. And at the same time, we would petition the regional government, although I believe the province has to decide before the regional government does. So perhaps a motion that we petition both subsequently would be in order. I personally think it's a very good idea, especially in terms of communication, to have people that sit at the local level as well as at the regional level. I think it's a good idea just simply from accountability. So this way, you know, the people on the different councils don't get to pass the buck all the time and say, well, that was the regional councillor that did that. You know, so I think there would be a better understanding really of the issues at hand if you have people that sit at both levels of government. And obviously it's done in other parts of Ontario, so it works. So I guess my motion then, Your Worship, would be that we advance the notion of double direct and we petition the province for, I guess, the approval to move forward with it, and at the same time or subsequently thereafter, petition the regional government for approval as well.
Okay, do we have a second for that? Councillor Lococo? Okay.
I'll second that, but I did have one question. I know in the report it said that there wasn't a budget yet, and I just did some quick figures. 8 councillors here are 204,000, and then 3 regional councillors are 90,000, so that comes up to 294,000. What kind of budget are you looking at for a double councillor to sit here and there? How much would it raise the budget?
Mr. Clerk, do we know that number?
I didn't really get into the remuneration too much. I did make mention of it a little bit in the report. You know, we may want to get some comments back from HR, but it is suggested that perhaps, and I'm basing this off of what St. Catharines was suggesting when they looked at this, is that you would take the remuneration of a city councillor and add the remuneration that a regional councillor would get and combine them since they're doing a dual role. You know, I don't have those figures in front of me, but that would kind of be the, I guess, the easiest approach. Just want to make one other point while I'm standing here is that the next steps would be to request that the region apply to the ministry for that allowance, I guess, for the city to change its method of electing. One further point is that I would assume then with that motion, what council is saying is that we eventually may advertise 3 positions of where somebody would be running for council, where they would sit in dual seats, so on this council and on regional council, and then have the remaining 5 positions just be for city council.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, that was my opinion, that there wouldn't be any increase because you'd have 3 designated councillors running for council and also for the region. And so you get the salary here, and we're not talking about all the council being at the region or being a double duty. So
Right.
it shouldn't be any increase.
Shouldn't be any increase here
No.
because the region would be paying it. Councillor Peter Angelo. Oh, did you want to?
Thanks, Your Worship. Just in response to Mr. Mattson, if I have to amend the motion so that I petition the regional government to petition the province, that's fine if that's what the protocol would be. The other part that I wanted to add to the motion, because I think other councils in the Niagara region might be interested in doing something like this, is that we inform all the other councils, Your Worship, so that they can have those deliberations with their councils as well, and maybe we'll get others jump on board.
It's a great idea. So we can circulate this to the other municipalities that have regional councillors. And I can tell you, I've already had informal discussions with other cities, because obviously last time St. Catharines did it, and there's a lot of interest around the region, especially with what happened with the province, when they came down here and they looked at governance reform, and everything was upside down, and in the end they did nothing. So a lot of councils are feeling pressure to either reduce their numbers or to change the way we govern, because they know we have way too many politicians down here for our population. So everyone's trying to do their part, and I think this will be one that'll be pretty palatable.
And we already reduced our council from
And
12
yeah,
to
from
8.
12 to 8. We were way ahead of the game 20 years ago.
My
Yeah.
report is moved to the.
Any other, do we have any other councillor
Which means
count?
it's
Yes,
being lumped
Worship.
together with a bunch of other reports,
Somebody's speaking.
which
Can
she
you mute
finds
that?
weird.
Hey, one sec, councillor, just trying to.
Consent items usually go.
Thank you. Okay, we're all good.
Hypothetically, what would be the situation if, I'll use myself, I put my name in as both and I didn't win anything?
When you say both, you mean double direct and?
Yeah.
I don't know, can you run for both, Mr. Councilor,
Or,
or Mr. Clerk?
No, you would just be running for one office. You couldn't be able to run for city council and for the double direct seat.
well, how does,
You would have to make that known on the nomination paper as to which office it is you're running for. The combined double direct office or just the city council office.
oh, okay, I'd see, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Item 7.2 is the council schedule, or schedule, as Councillor Pietrangelo says it.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Strange. If there's no discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Item 7.3, proposed telecommunications facility on Dorchester Road. There's a recommendation before you. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. It said it was advertised in Niagara this week. I've never noticed that before. It's always been the Review or another paper. Why Niagara this week and not something else?
We can get you an answer. Would that be Mr. Hurlovich?
Thank you, Worship. The notice is put in the newspaper by the telecommunication company. It's not put in the newspaper by the city.
Okay. And yes, Councillor Kerrio.
Move the recommendation.
Okay, motion by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Dabrowski, that we move the recommendation. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, thank you. Consent agenda?
Move the consent agenda.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Kerrio to move the consent agenda, but we want to lift Councillor Kerrio and then Councillor Lococo to lift. Councillor Kerrio, okay, Councillor Lococo, you want to go first to lift?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to lift FS 2020-04, the COVID report update.
2020-04, okay. Councillor Dabrowski, do you want to lift something too?
There was a nice proposal, an ICE. I'm just trying to find the number, but I'd like to pull that as well. What's that?
Not on the consent.
It's not?
No, I think
That's in communications.
Never mind.
Okay.
X that.
Councillor Kerrio, you wanted to pull one too?
Yeah, I'm ready. I have questions on the investment policy. Investment policy is 2020-43?
2020-43,
Yep.
okay. Any other ones? Okay, so we'll move the consent.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, Councillor Lococo, or
Can
Iononi?
pull 9.1. Integrity Commissioner.
No, we're doing consent agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was still in the consent agenda. I apologize.
Okay, so we'll call the vote for the consent agenda with the exception of those two. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. And then we'll go first, I guess, to Councillor Lococo, FS 2020-4.
Yes, that's it.
Okay, 2020. Okay. Okay.
I just wanted it pulled because I think it's very important that we discuss it. There's a lot of changes happening, and I know a lot of residents are concerned about the holidays coming up, Thanksgiving and Halloween. And I know that there's a few events out there for Halloween, so people just wanted to know what safety precautions would be put in place, what we're planning on doing. I actually heard on the news that there was a tweet from our medical director from the region, the assistant medical director, telling our Niagara people not to go to the hot zones, Peel, Toronto, and Ottawa. And Premier Ford was talking about, like in general, that you shouldn't be traveling anyway unless it's essential. And just like you would go to another place, do the essential traveling, wear your masks, keep your distance, that sort of thing. So I'm thinking if they're saying essential traveling, and then we have these events, it's kind of contradicting itself. And a lot of people are concerned. So I just wanted to put it out there if we can discuss it a little bit. I know they're not events that we can control, but I did want to put it out there because residents are concerned.
Okay.
And can I just tap a question on top of that?
Yes.
I had somebody contact me today in regards to Thanksgiving, and Premier Ford and Dr. Hergy and all the medical officials are saying, you know, families shouldn't meet for Thanksgiving. And somebody said to me today, now my mother wants to have 2, so 10 can come one day, 10 can come another day. If we have 12, is somebody going to show up in our house and shut us down? So people are really confused about what they can and cannot do right now.
Well, you know what I'm going to do? So I know from our lead right now is the chief, is the fire chief, is the head of our EOC. So Chief, maybe you can help weigh in on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Thanksgiving, basically we're following the lead of the government. I know there is some confusions. They have been stating from public health that you're to stay within your family bubble. So that would mean in a nutshell that you don't meet with 10 one day and 10 the next day. That's not a family bubble. The family bubble that they've been referring to is what is in your household. So they're trying to get everybody in the Thanksgiving weekend, which is soon upon us, to try and stay within their household bubbles. Will people, to Councillor Ianoni's question, will the bylaw come and knock on your door and charge you? I would refer that to legal, but I don't think that is legal. I don't think they have any right to come in the door and ask that and lay the charge that way. Those recommendations are all predicated around trying to get this under control. Our numbers are going up every day, and the government's trying to get the Thanksgiving being our closest one to reduce everybody's numbers. As far as Halloween, the EOC, not only in Niagara Falls, but also the regional CEMCs that are meeting on a regular basis, are still waiting for the province to give us some direction on Halloween. I know the CDC has made comments already with regards to Halloween and the dangers around that event and trick-or-treating. We have given the province, provincial EOC till Thanksgiving to give us some direction, and if not, then as a region, under the direction of Dr. Hergy and Dr. Feller, our 2 medical officers, will make our policy that'll be consistent across our region so that everybody's treated the same.
Thanks, Chief. Councillor Lococo, that's good? Okay, thanks very much. And the other item, Councillor Carrio, was FS 2020-43, the investment policy.
Yes, Your Worship. It's a very good report. Just had a couple of quick questions. I hope everybody had a chance to read it. I wonder if our finance director could talk a little bit about, I see the rationale behind wanting to change it and save some fees. Were we not happy with the externally managed portion of our fees last year? I don't remember seeing that report. Tiffany, did the externally managed portion, the 24 million, that cost us 93,000 to manage? Were we unhappy with the results of that one?
Ms. Claire?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think that we could probably do better internally. I don't think we've reported on this to council before. We've never had an investment policy, so this is brand new to council. I do have Jennifer Yarnell as well, my senior financial analyst, who wrote this policy and the report here to address any additional questions. But in a nutshell, yeah, we're not really happy with that amount of fees for the amount of return we receive.
Could you give me a number on what percentage the external, they earned us? Did it earn us 1 point, 2 point, 3, 4, 5, 10?
Yeah, is this going to be Ms. Yarnell or? to answer this?
Yes. Hi, my name is Jennifer Yarnell. I'm the Senior Financial Analyst, and yes, I prepared the report. And in 2019, Councillor Carrio, I can confirm that we made 1.59% return on our externally managed portfolio.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Then my other question pertains to the attachment, and it's in the attachment, it's on 6.3. 6.3, on the fourth bullet point, a statement by it's under reporting, a statement by the treasurer as to whether or not, in his or her opinion, all the investments were made in accordance with the investment policies and goals adopted by the city. I guess my question is going to be, should that be done by our treasurer or by a staff person, or should it be done by an outside? Should it be incorporated into our auditors, or should it be done by an external auditor? I think if I was in this position, I wouldn't want the responsibility of doing this ourselves. I would think that we might want an outside set of eyes. It's like if I make a mistake 3 times and I look at it again, I'm just going to look at it the same way. So I'm just wondering whether or not it would be more prudent to have an outside auditor just go over it, or be included in our auditing that we normally get, included, for them to have a quick look at this and do this bullet point. You know, give us a report on whether or not, in their opinion, all the investments were made in accordance with the investment policies and goals. That was my question, Tiffany, or...
Yeah, I don't know, Ms. Clark or Ms. Yarnell, who'd like to answer that?
I can weigh in, and so can Jennifer. So I was going to say, through you, Mr. Mayor, we could certainly, if council prefers that staff doesn't do that review, we could certainly look into whether the auditors could do a quick review and provide some sort of confirmation, I guess, that they agree with it. It's common for other municipalities to have staff report to council, but it's certainly council's preference. I don't know if you have anything to add.
I'm not being critical at all. I'm just saying, as a extra precaution on a large sum of money, I don't think if I was you, I'd want to do it. I think I'd want to have another set of eyes do it, because, like I said, if there was a mistake made, it's huge numbers. So I just thought it would be protection for everybody, including our staff, to have another set of eyes look at this and make sure that it's being done according to what you want. So maybe I'd ask for a report to come back. I don't think it would cost us a lot of money if we could include it in our auditing, whatever we do for, our auditors do for us, ask them to include that. I don't think it's a big deal. That'd be my question, maybe to find out or whatever. Report back.
Ms. Did you want to add to that one too?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. In my experience at other municipalities working with their investment portfolios, it is quite common practice for the treasurer to advise council through a very simple report to say whether the investments are per the policy and per the Municipal Act. And as part of our regular audit, the investment portfolio is reviewed already. I would ask Tiffany if an extra statement could be added for that.
I don't think that would be a problem. And Councillor Carey, I'm not sure if we have to come back with a report, or if we could just make that tweak then in 6.3 to say, staff would provide a report that would also be reviewed by the auditors, I suppose.
Yeah, I gladly amend the motion, Mr. Mayor, to do that. Like I said, as long as it's not a huge cost. I don't think it should be a large cost, just to have it included in their duties. I don't think it's a big deal. And I mean, our people do it. We do it. Nothing changes except another set of eyes look at it to make sure that it's being done the way you want it to be done.
Okay, so that's great. Thank you for that. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, I think the treasurer has to do this. I'm the chairman of Fallsview BIA, the convention center, and was Niagara Falls Tourism. And every year I have to go with the managers to fill out 10, 12 questions very similar to that, and go to the auditor and submit that. And then the auditors take that from the management of the people and do the audit. So I think this is something that's why that Tiffany is involved in this, answering those questions. I think it's part of their responsibility to submit to the auditor.
Okay, so did you want to second that motion?
Well, let's get a motion to find out what's going on. I don't think it's a problem.
Yeah. Councillor Carey.
Well, exactly what Councillor Thompson is suggesting is what I'm suggesting.
Right.
That it goes to the auditor for them to look at it.
Yeah.
Not direct, yes, but that's not what this says. This says
No, it does go
that
to
the
the-
treasurer reports to the council. I'm suggesting that the auditor has a look at it and just make sure that what our treasurer is doing is what they want to be done. That's all.
Okay, so as Tiffany said, we don't need a motion for that. That's direction staff. Ken, you wanted, or CAO would like to weigh in?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I could suggest, I think having the amendment to the motion would be helpful. I think how we would proceed with this is that the treasurer would provide that report and documentation to council on an annual basis. Yeah. And then what we'd be able to do is provide that report and information to the auditors as an additional statement when they're looking and doing the final year-end audit. So I think it's almost could be a two-step process that we could incorporate for you.
That's exactly right. That'd be perfect.
Okay. Okay, so how would you word that? So we've got an amendment to the two recommendations, that the investment also be brought from the treasurer to the auditor as part of their annual report? Review?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, yes, it could be something along the lines that the treasurer's investment statement be provided to the auditors for review as part of the annual audit.
Is that good, Councilor?
Yeah, that's fine. It's just, all we're doing is adding something to the auditor's duties. That's it.
Okay. All right, so motion by Councilor Carrier, second by Councilor Thompson. If there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you for that. So can we move then those last two items on the consent agenda? I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk, did you have something?
I was just going to remind you to.
Yeah, we're going to go back to the
get a
plan.
motion on FS.
Yep. So FS 2020-4 and did we do? Oh yeah, we did that as a motion, right? So we only need the other one. FS 2020-4, which was the planning for a potential resurgence report. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. So we're going to go back to planning matters. For those just tuning in, we had advertised 4:30 as the time to start planning. So we will move to 6.1 on the agenda, and I'll now ask our city clerk if he'd please introduce the next item on the agenda.
Public meeting is now being convened to consider a draft plan of subdivision and to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to permit various uses and zoning amendments on the north side of Chippewa Parkway, east of Dorchester Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, September 4th, 2020, and by posting signs on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the draft plan of subdivision and the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the local planning appeal tribunal with regards to the zoning bylaw amendment portion only, shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting. A reminder that the public are no longer able to appeal a draft plan of subdivision as per Bill 108.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Now ask our Director of Planning, Mr. Hurlovich, to please explain the purpose and reason for the proposed draft plan and bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. Before I get started with my presentation, I do want to acknowledge that I have Andrew Bryce, our manager of current development, with me tonight. He's showing up under my name, so I didn't suddenly just get good looking. That's Andrew, that's on the screen. And so I will try and move into my PowerPoint and share my screen. So let's see, share screen, PowerPoint. Oops. Try that again. There we go. Hopefully everybody can see that. So we are here today to review the application for a rezoning. That's the AM file for the lands known as Riverfront, and to review the plan of subdivision that has been submitted. So the lands in question are on the east side of Dorchester Road at Chippewa Parkway. There's approximately 77 hectares of land involved with this application. That's about 192 acres. To the west is the Ontario Power Generation Power Canal. To the north is a railway track and additional lands owned by the applicant. To the east is the Stanley Industrial Park, and to the south is the Welland River. The little background on this, the lands are subject to official plan amendment number 128, which is known as the Riverfront Community Plan. This official plan amendment was adopted by council in July of 2018. It was appealed to the local planning area tribunal, and the LPAT made its decision on October 31st, 2019, and therefore official plan amendment 128 is now in force. So the applicant is basically implementing the land use designations and policies for a portion of this riverfront property. So the dark green areas on the map are designated in the official plan as environmental protection. The lighter green, kind of a lime green color, are lands that are designated as open space. There's some areas which are, depending on the screen, shows up as pink or perhaps a mauve color. These are mixed use commercial residential properties. And then a large area which shows up as white on this screen but is actually yellow is low and medium density residential uses. As well, we can see some black lines around the wetlands. Those are the buffer lands or those wetlands. The official plan amendment contains a wide range of policies to deal with the environmental protection, to deal with housing densities, infrastructure, and land use compatibility. The application itself, as I mentioned, is 77 hectares of land, about 192 acres, divided into 17 blocks. 7 of those blocks would be used for residential purposes. That's about 30.7 hectares of land. 1 block would be for mixed use. Again, that's commercial, residential type building. 3 blocks are identified for open space. 4 blocks are for environmental protection. That's 27 hectares of land, almost half of the amount that's being developed for residential. There is 1 block of land that's also owned by the applicant, which is not part of this subdivision, but would be part of a future application. There's a block for road widening along Chippewa Parkway, and then there are lands for public roads. The residential blocks themselves will be developed in the future by plans of condominium in a similar form to other condominium developments. The application was submitted together with the following studies: a planning justification report, environmental impact study, a servicing study, traffic impact study, and a phase 1 environmental site assessment. The subdivision plan itself introduces 6 new streets. So there's a street that extends north-south through the major area of development, and then a new east-west street, another north-south street, another east-west street, and finally a 5th street. There's a 6th street on the opposite side of the development extending off Chippewa Parkway. As I mentioned, there are 7 blocks for residential development. There are 2 blocks for park development, and then there are 4 blocks for environmental protection. The applicant has also submitted a zoning request. It's interesting to see how the colors come up, but anyway, on my screen it shows blue. These should be dark green. These are the environmental protection lands. So these lands are designated by Official Plan Amendment 128 as environmental protection, and these would be zoned as environmental protection. So there are a number of blocks in this plan that would be zoned through this process as environmental protection. There are 2 blocks that should be light green, and those look white on my screen. These are parklands. There are 2 parks proposed for this development. The light yellow lands are the residential lands, and that would be zoned an R4 zone. We're calling that R4XX for special provisions that are being requested. The golden yellow tone is an R4 with special provisions for the development of those areas. We're calling those R4XY. There are 2 areas with environmental protection with special policies, one located in this area between the 2 PSW blocks. So this would be environmental protection with special policies that would allow underground infrastructure, so the connection of water and sewer lines between the west half of the development and the east half of the development. And then lastly is this area of mixed use commercial with possible residential on the 2nd floor through zoning. We did have a neighborhood open house on this application. It was held in January of this year. We had approximately 160 residents and interested persons show up. There were a number of concerns raised, including recent tree cutting activity that had gone on the site, notices of violation from the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. There were questions about 27 recommendations that were in the 2018 staff report. Those were recommendations that were actually incorporated into Official Plan Amendment 128 before Council adopted it. There were questions about the size of the buffers. There are 15-meter buffers recommended. Some members of the public were seeking 30-meter buffers. And there were questions about the cost of, or the responsibility for the cost of development. Those would be collected through development charges. Staff reviewed the application, and with regard to provincial policies and the regional official plan, we found that the proposal aligns with the provincial natural heritage policies. The proposed subdivision will have a density of 73 people and jobs per hectare, which is above the minimum target. The proposed subdivision will provide for a range of housing types and will contribute towards a complete community. There were noise studies submitted which confirmed that the proposed subdivision will not be adversely impacted by nearby industrial business or the railway. We had regard to the official plan, which is a riverfront community plan. The subject lands are designated residential, low and medium density in part, partly open space and partly environmental protection area. Looking at the environmental policies in that community plan, the plan was reviewed by the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, by regional environmental staff, and those environmental studies were also peer reviewed to examine the content and the findings of that study. The provincially significant wetlands and the associated buffers are to be protected by an environmental protection area zone. The plan is recommended to be redlined in 3 areas to ensure that we provide a minimum 15-meter buffer around the wetlands that involves streets E and F and blocks 13 and 14. And then as well, the environmental policies provide for low impact development measures to maintain water flows to the wetlands. Continuing with those environmental policies, there are conditions attached to the plan of subdivision that will require the necessary provincial approval relating to species at risk. As well, the area of potential woodland to be removed is shown in OPA 128 has been identified as an area in decline. BIS demonstrated that it would have no negative impact on the area if it was removed. The peer review study that was done recommended that there be compensation provided for the removal of the woodland, and this development does provide for that. The conditions of approval also require that there be a resource management plan prepared and submitted before the plan can be registered. There are other policies that we addressed through the review. The proposed residential densities do conform with the riverfront community plan. The parkland, which was shown strategically placed at next to the railway, is now to be 2 park blocks, and this was supported by our Parks Department, as the 2 parks provide better access to future residents. The air quality and noise assessments that were done should be updated through future plans of condominium to ensure that any mitigation measures can be addressed. There is sufficient wet weather servicing that is to be confirmed that it's still available at the time that this development occurs. The surrounding transportation network can also support the development. The applicant has, the lands are currently zoned general industrial, so those don't align with the land use designations of the official plan amendment for Riverfront. The applicant is proposing that the lands be rezoned, the residential lands, as residential low density group multiple. There would be an R4 special provision, which we've labeled for the time being as XX, and another area is R4XY. As well, the environmental protection area would protect those natural features. There are 2 areas I mentioned which would have site-specific environmental protection areas, partially to protect, or permit rather, the underground infrastructure in an area, in a corridor that will be naturalized outside of the wetlands. The neighborhood commercial zone is proposed for that mixed use block. Open space would be applied to the park lots, and then there's an area outside of this plan of subdivision which would be zoned development holding. So right now it's zoned general industrial. We want to remove that inconsistency with the land use designations of official plan amendment 128. In reviewing these zoning bylaw provisions, there are 2 separate site-specific proposals, R4XX and R4XY. The zoning requested is based on new urbanism principles. That means a form of compact development, buildings close to the street, the use of rear laneways, and the introduction of mixed-use development. The requested zoning goes beyond what is typically required in the R4 zone and seeks to control building form on a unit basis rather than on a block basis. So looking at the request for the R4XX zone, so R4 typically would provide for block townhouses and apartment buildings. The developer also wants to have the ability to put detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, on-street townhouses, and second dwelling units, which we already allow universally across the city, but not in all of those housing forms. The following changes are also asked. The permissions would be for 50 units per hectare, whereas currently the zoning would allow between 40 to 50 units. It depends on whether we're talking about townhouses or apartments. The requirement for block frontages would be between 15 to 20 meters, again, depending on whether we're talking about detached dwellings or semi-detached or street towns. The unit width, that would be the parcel or the lot on which each unit would be developed, would have a frontage between 6 and 8 meters. The setback from public streets would be 3 meters. Setback between buildings on the same block would be 1.8 meters. Setback from a private lane would vary again, depending on the structure, between 1 meter and 6 meters. We would eliminate the lot coverage regulation because the setbacks will actually prescribe that, and there is an amenity area prescribed. They're seeking to amend the zoning for parking spaces. Currently, it varies between 1 space for a detached dwelling and 1.4 spaces for an apartment unit, and they would be seeking an overall 1.25 parking spaces per dwelling unit. The maximum driveway width for your driveway or garage would be 50% of the unit width, and they're looking to have a minimum of 20% of the block to be landscaped. Currently, the minimum is 45 square meters per dwelling unit. They're looking to replace the privacy yard of 7.5 meters with an outdoor amenity space requirement of 10 square meters per unit. That would be augmented with the parkland and the community facility, which is planned. The required parking for second units, they're seeking that be provided in tandem. The permit for the accessory buildings would be, they're looking to have that 0.5 of a meter from a rear lot line and 0.9 of a meter from a side lot line. And they're looking to allow decks to project into to within half a meter of any lot line. So in the R4XY zone, those are those darker yellow areas I pointed out. Again, they're looking to add semi-detached, detached, stacked townhouses and second dwelling units, as well as the apartment dwellings. But they wish to have the apartment dwelling could contain a community center which would service the neighborhood. They're also looking to add commercial uses such as a coffee shop, personal service shop, retail, restaurant, clinic, animal clinic, art gallery, photographer studio, dance studio, and a health center. Health center is a gym. And those would be added as permitted uses. They're looking at the same regulations as outlined for the R4XX zone, but they're also seeking permissions for a maximum of 75 units per hectare, so a little higher. This again recognizes that apartments could be part of the mix, as well as those second dwelling units. Looking to increase the building height from 10 meters to 14 meters to allow for 3-story development of detached, semi-detached, and townhouse dwellings, and 17 meters in height for stacked townhouses and for apartment buildings. Unit widths, again, this is the width of those lots, would vary between 2 and 8 meters. They would restrict commercial uses within this R4XY to a total of 930 square meters. That's approximately 10,000 square feet. That's corresponds with our neighborhood commercial limits for retail and service commercial that serve the neighborhood. They require 1 parking space per 42 square meters of commercial floor area. This varies typically between 1 space for 25 square meters and 1 space per 5 seats in a restaurant. The required parking of 1 space per 42 square meters for a community center is being requested, where the current standard is 1 space per 5 seats. They're looking to replace the privacy yard requirement of 7.5 meters with an amenity space requirement of 5 square meters per unit. So this graphic illustrates the kind of development of which we're speaking. So that the illustration on the left would be a public road, corner lot. You can see where the dwelling would sit within this lot. And so the corner lot would be 11 meters in width. The interior lot would be 9 meters in width. That would provide for a second unit. So the illustrated here is a dwelling unit, detached dwelling with a detached garage with access off a rear laneway. But it also provides that a garage might be as close as 1 meter from the laneway. Similarly, for street townhouses, again, the lot width is illustrated here with the somewhere between 5 and 6 meters, and then they would be allowed to set back 0.5 of a meter from a private road, so that would be a road within a condominium development. And then the form of development would allow houses to be located close to the street. You can see the amenity areas at the back, the garages accessed off a rear laneway. This is similar to perhaps the neighborhoods of St. David's, where you could, some of those townhouses have rear yard garages. When we reviewed the zoning bylaw, request the addition of detached, semi-detached dwellings with access from rear laneways was supported. We're recommending defining stacked townhouses and adding that to the R4XY zone. That will assist in guiding future development. Providing a provision of commercial uses. The community center will contribute towards a complete community, so that can be supported. Permission to allow a second dwelling unit, whether or not there's someone, the owner lives in the primary unit, is consistent with provincial legislation, so we do support that. The requested zone regulations to facilitate community-wide form of neo-traditional development is supported. The lot coverage regulation is unnecessary, as the building will be, or that space will be adequately addressed through building setbacks. Requested parking standard would establish a block-wide parking requirement regardless of unit type. Privacy yards would be replaced by amenity space. Building setbacks would maintain the adequate setbacks from the street and contribute to the desired built form that neo-traditional housing provides. The residential unit level standards provide for continuity of building form and design, and relieving the requirement for decorative wall accommodates the introduction of housing units directly accessed from the streets. With respect to the environmental lands, the request for underground infrastructure to those site-specific EPA zones can be supported. Pedestrian trails in the environmental protection zones can be supported, but subject to NPCA approval for those trails. It would require a work permit. In addition, a clause is proposed to be inserted in the bylaw which would apply to the EPA's zone regulations and to expand the buffer areas. Open space and neighborhood commercial zones are appropriate, and the development holding zone is recommended for the adjacent lands, but that it would prohibit detached dwellings as a use, which is currently allowed under a DH zone. Staff don't support the reduction of setbacks for apartment dwellings to 3 meters. We are recommending that apartment dwellings greater than 4 stories would have a setback of 7.5 meters. Parking reductions for commercial units have not been substantiated by a parking demand analysis. And then we don't support tandem parking for second dwelling units, as it doesn't allow vehicles to exit the driveway without moving another vehicle, which would just disturb a second household. So that's contrary to the city's practice. With respect to the subdivision plan, the plan is recommended to be redlined to provide those 15-meter buffers around wetlands. That involves shifting Street E westward, shortening Street F, and realigning the lot lines between blocks 13 and 14. There are conditions attached to this subdivision development. The submission of a water balance assessment and detailed design of low impact development facilities to ensure hydrology is maintained must be done before registration, as well as submission of an ecological restoration plan to address rare plant species must be submitted. The execution of resource management agreement to address matters of removal, replacement, restoration, and enhancement of natural features must be agreed upon before registration. They are required to obtain the necessary approvals from the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks relating to species at risk. The conditions of approval require that the trails plan be supported by an environmental impacts study addendum. The confirmation of wet weather sanitary capacity must be submitted prior to final approval. The updated noise and air quality assessment must also be submitted, and the design and extension of infrastructure will be at the applicant's costs. The conceptual design and traffic monitoring of Chippewa Parkway and Stanley Avenue will be the responsibility of the developer. The dedication of park blocks are to be made to the city, and there are requirements of CP rail with respect to noise, fencing, and drainage. There are no site-specific changes being requested for the NC, open space, or EPA zones. The DH zone site-specifically will eliminate detached dwellings, as I mentioned, and the site-specific EPA zone to apply to the naturalized corridor outside the wetland is requested to permit a public or private infrastructure or recreational trail, provided it's approved by the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. So in conclusion, the proposal complies with the provincial and regional policies. It complies with the Riverfront Community Plan as approved by LPAT. Proposal complies with the city's official plan and the community plan. The proposed applicable zoning for various blocks will facilitate a compact housing form. All PSWs and the buffers will be protected by applying an environmental protection area zone, and will include other land to be naturalized to preserve the lands in a natural state. Provisions will permit low impact development stormwater facilities within those buffers where they can adequately demonstrate through studies that they will not have any impact. Passive trails will be allowed where approved by the MPCA. The proposed NC and open space zones will permit mixed use and parkland blocks, and the lands outside the subdivision be rezoned development holding or environmental protection area according to the respective official plan designations. Therefore, staff is recommending that the application to amend the zoning bylaw be approved, subject to the modifications detailed in this staff report, that the riverfront plan of subdivision be draft approved, subject to the red line revisions outlined in the report, and subject to the conditions in Appendix A, that the mayor or his designate be authorized to sign the draft plan as approved 20 days after the notice of council's decision has been given, provided there are no appeals. The clerk noted that the public can't appeal, but the developer would be allowed to appeal. The draft plan approval be given for a period of 3 years, after which the approval will lapse unless an extension has been requested and granted by council. And finally, that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to execute the subdivision agreement and any required documents that allow future registration of the subdivision, and all matters be addressed to the satisfaction of the city solicitor. I'd like to say that's the highlights, but it's probably the highlights and a few more. But that is the conclusion of my presentation tonight.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hurlovich. Are there any questions of council for Mr. Hurlovich? Councillor
Mayor.
Iannoni?
Thank you. Alex, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Alex, I heard you say in regards to the 15-meter buffer and that LPAT had approved or upheld council's prior decision for this application, but at LPAT, the 30-meter buffer was upheld. Council approved a 30-meter buffer. GRCAN approved to a 30-meter buffer. LPAT upheld the 30-meter buffer. Why are we now looking at 15 meters?
Yeah. So the developer or the environmental impact study demonstrated that 15 meters could be provided for this development. That same 15 meters is the same as the conservation authorities, and we did have that peer reviewed, which I also concluded that 15 meters was sufficient.
So the developers, so if I understand correctly, the developer's environmental study said 15 meters was sufficient?
Yes. So the city's policies say that the developer can provide an environmental impact study. The policy that's in the in the riverfront community plan says that it's a 30-meter buffer, but then it also goes on to say that that may be increased or decreased based on the approved environmental impact study as required through a plan of subdivision. So in essence, they followed the policy that's set out and approved by LPAT. So we set a 30-meter buffer, but we said it could be decreased if you did a study. They did a study. Conservation Authority found that study to be sufficient. The region found it to be sufficient, and we had it peer reviewed so that yet a third independent party also found it to be sufficient.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess to Mr. Hurlovich, I apologize if I'm missing any of these. That was a lot of material to read when you don't understand a lot of it. You talked about the road widening of 2.91 meters, and in your presentation you just said that there was one block for road widening. So I just want to confirm that that one block is going to be the road widening, that we're not going on the other side of the road to the creek where there's city property. Is that correct?
Mr. Hurlovich?
You're muted.
Oh, you're muted. Mr. Hurlovich, you're muted.
Thank you. Yeah, so the developer does not own the land south of Chippewa Parkway, so it would be impossible for them to give any land on that side. So the widening is on the north side only.
And that's the, okay, so it's only on their property, it's not city property that we're widening it with?
No, they are giving to the city land for a widening.
Okay, thank you. In the presentation, it talked about outstanding violation be resolved. What exactly is the outstanding violation, and why is it outstanding?
I have no idea. It was imposed by the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. It's a legal matter between the Conservation Authority and the developer. If I had the specifics, I would share those with you, but I think it's known that at one point they went in to cut some dead trees. In the process of doing that, they cut through a environmental protection area. So one of those violations relates to that. As well, they did some clearing along the road allowance, and those were also included some significant features, and there was a charge related to that. But I have no idea what the terms of mitigation were. I don't have any idea how much of mitigation has been met. And I don't know what's left to be done, but Conservation Authority has asked that be put in as a condition to ensure that all of that mitigation and compliance is done before the subdivision can be approved.
Okay, thank you. It talks about a letter of credit for the restorative woodland plantings. How much is that, and are there any other amounts of letters of credit? It just specifically talked about that one.
Andrew to speak to that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Oops.
Yeah.
Turn your mic off.
What's that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, through the fulfillment of the conditions of approval, the applicant will be required to provide cost estimates for various works. That includes the servicing works, the road construction, and the environmental works. That will be reviewed by regional staff and city staff to ensure it's sufficient, and that will be required as part of the fulfillment of the subdivision agreement.
Okay, Mr. Bryce, thank you.
Through the mayor, so we don't have an exact dollar amount of knowing what the letter of credit is?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, we don't at this time.
Okay, thank you. It talked about the ownership of the proposed pumping stations going to be transferred to the region at some point. How much is that going to cost to maintain, and does the taxpayers pick that part up?
To you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the region would not take over the pumping station until at least 50% of the development has occurred. So that's one of their stipulations. Once it becomes a municipal facility, yes, it would be like any other municipal facility, and the taxpayer will pay.
Okay, thank you. It says under section 8.2.5 under the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, the policies encourage public ownership of wetlands. This one will not be placed in the city ownership. Why is that?
I believe you read it out yourself, and that is the policy is they encourage, they don't require. So at this point, there's no requirement for that. It may be at some point in the future the developer conveys it to a municipality, or they could convey it to a private conservancy to look after that wetland.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions, I'm sorry. It talked about extension of services that the applicant, if there's cost to the landowners, benefits, that the city might consider an execution of a front-end agreement to require future contributions from other landowners. Could you please explain that to me and what that means?
Mr. Levich?
So, yes, so to you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the proposal is that sewage would be flowing south on Dorchester Road to a new pumping station yet to be designed and installed by the developer on a block of land on Chippewa Parkway. So there could be other privately held lands on Dorchester Road that would, the sewage from that development would flow south through this. And if the capacity of that sewer is designed such to accommodate those lands, then the city would pay for those costs up front, but collect it later on when those lands are developed. So if the developer has to oversize to accommodate that growth, then the city typically would have a front-end agreement to say that they agree to pay for it now, and they will collect the money later to recover the costs.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more. Regarding the woodland removal, I have comments later on that I'll talk about it, but is anything going to be built on those woodlot that's removed because of diseased or dead trees? If they remove them, will anything be put on those pieces of land?
Part of that land, again to you, Mr. Mayor, the part of that land will be parkland, but the majority of that land will be developed for housing. It was shown as housing in the, or as residential in the secondary plan, and it was noted that there was a woodlot and that studies would be needed before that woodlot could be removed.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor, 2 more questions. Can trails be put in PSWs? Is that a normal thing?
Mr. Mayor, again, yes, trails can be put through PSWs. But they do require a work permit from the Conservation Authority. And in this case, we are asking that there be a addendum to the environmental impact study to demonstrate where those trails would go, what impact, if any, they would have, what the nature of those trails would be. They might be, for instance, I'm making this up, could be wood chip as opposed to a hard surface trail.
Thank you. And one last question through the mayor. I did email this to Mr. Hurlovich, and I'm sure he hasn't had a chance to get back to me, and I did see that it was in one of the resident comments. I was wondering how much money GR Can has paid us for application fees in comparison to how much time staff has put into this project.
Mr. Hurlovich?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I did, yes, I did see that question from the councillor. I did ask my staff to give me a costing of that. Ballpark figures, we're probably looking at about $30,000 in municipal fees. In terms of staff time, in excess of that.
Through the mayor, a lot in excess, just over, just a ballpark? I'm not going to tie you down, I'm just wondering.
I can't even begin to guess.
Okay, that's fine.
Mr. Bryce has been working on this application for the better part of a year and a half. Prior to that, Mr. Barnsley worked on the secondary plan. We've been working on this plan for many years.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. I have comments later on. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, Councillor Campbell.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. A couple of technical errors, if I could. Appendix A, item 48.
I'm there now.
It says that conditions 37 to 46. Shouldn't that read, should that be 38 to 47?
Yes. Yes, it should say 38 to 47. The conditions got renumbered, and obviously we didn't catch that one in the middle of that, so I do appreciate that, so we can make that modification with, assuming council supports this application, we can renumber that accordingly.
And the reason I brought that up, because in the case of omissions, actual correspondence by the commenting agencies apply. And had those numbers, those points not been changed, that would have significantly removed the outstanding violations under Section 28 of the Conservation Authorities, resolved to the satisfaction of the MPCA.
Yes, thanks very much for bringing that to our attention.
I have a couple of questions. Why are there no written responses by GR Canada, or CAN, or whatever, to the May 2020 comments by the MPCA and region?
I'm not sure that I'm following you, Councillor.
Well, there was comments made by the NPCA and the region, and there was no written responses to them by the organization.
Do you know where that is, Councillor? Like where in the specifically?
I was going through it, trying to be specific, but the comments by the SPC or NPCA and the region, there was no response, no written response. That might be something that someone could look up. I've got.
Mayor, I can look into that. I'm afraid I don't have the Conservation Authority's comments right in front of me. It may have been that this was handled. We've been negotiating, so that was in May. We're now in October, so we've actually been communicating back and forth with all of the agencies to refine these conditions and make sure that all the agencies are satisfied. So I could provide an answer at a later date, but I'm afraid I don't have it tonight.
Thank you. A couple more questions. In the classroom, I tried to convince or teach my students that past performance is a pretty good indicator of future expectations. Now, they've messed up twice in destroying environmentally sensitive lands. What is the plan for enforcing those conditions?
Mr. Erlovich?
Yeah, so the conditions are all items that have to be fulfilled. If they don't fulfill those conditions, then they won't get their subdivision approved.
Okay, then if that's the case, then what's the plan for on-site monitoring and inspection?
Well, our staff will be driving by as they periodically do for any development as they're doing site inspections, but will they be on there at a daily basis? No.
So things could get...
Probably, it'll be a little bit like what's happened in the past, but I have been told that the developer had a company on there doing boreholes, and quite recently, and they have been working with the Conservation Authority. They have abided by the requirements of the Conservation Authority. Perhaps the two violations were a lesson learned, and perhaps they're now living up to the expectations that have been placed on them.
Once again, past performance is a good indication of future expectations. My last question, how will the developer be held accountable for any non-compliance?
Mr. Urlovich?
Well, I don't know what you mean by any non-compliance, so I can't answer the question.
Well, what happens if they start cutting down trees that they weren't supposed to?
Okay, so yes. So again, the city depends on the region to issue tree cutting permits, and we typically have that followed up with the Conservation Authority. We don't actually do that. So should they cut trees without permission, they're in violation of the region's tree cutting bylaw and in violation of approvals required from the Conservation Authority. The charges would come from those departments and agencies.
What would happen if within the next 3 years they came and wanted to sell the property? Would the approvals that we're looking at tonight be transferable?
Absolutely, yes.
Could
Just
we make
the same
something?
as every other
Could we
development.
put something in the contract or the agreement that they would not be transferable?
Why would we want to do that? So are you suggesting that they could sell to somebody else and the somebody else would not be bound by these 80-something conditions?
That's what I'm throwing out there. I don't know.
Well, why would we do that? We want to make sure that these 81 conditions are met. So we would want that transferable to whoever owns the property.
Can we regulate them to only use native plants and trees to be used in the parkland and in restoration areas?
Well, that depends. Buckthorn is a native plant, but it's also considered invasive species. So I'm not sure that we would want to just give a universal blanket statement that only native species be provided. But I would suggest that we wouldn't want Norway maples planted. They're a beautiful tree, but they too are invasive and they're not native. We've got lots of maple trees that are native to the area. They're going to have to provide a plan as part of the conditions to show how they're going to restore those areas. So in compensation for removing that woodlot, they have to prepare a plan which would identify the tree species, and that will be reviewed by environmental experts at the region and the Conservation Authority. And hopefully those will be trees that are suited to the soil conditions, to the moisture conditions, and to the environment.
Would that also include an on-site inspection?
Well, someone would have to inspect to make sure that it's finally completed. We do that with every site plan. So again, the body that's responsible for that, overseeing that study, would be doing the final inspection.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Urlovich. Any questions of council? Okay. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the local planning appeal tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to this proposed draft plan of bylaw amendment. So the clerk has provided me with a list of names, and I'm going to call you out one by one, and we will unmute you. This is a reminder that you do have 5 minutes to present, and we ask that you try not to repeat what's already been said and try to get everything done within that 5 minutes, please. So the first resident that I have is Desmond Sequeira. Is that right?
Desmond has withdrawn.
Desmond has withdrawn. Okay. Ross Smith. Okay, Ross, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we hear you.
Good.
So welcome to you've got 5 minutes, sir, if you would like to share your comments.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Council. I've long taken, my name is Ross Smith and I live at 2698 Pluto Crescent.
Russ, can I just ask you to speak a little louder or closer to the phone, please?
That's
better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've long been concerned about thundering waters, and what I see before us just heightens my concern about the future of the wetland. And my comments are in three sections. The first is the idea of caveat emptor. I have minutes or notes from a meeting of March the 23rd, 2015 by David Delucia, which Mr. Hurlowitz was present, as well as the developer. And when it was mentioned that a 30-metre buffer was going to be a component of development, the developer was actually quite upset. This was Mountain View Homes, because at 30 metres, this plan would not fly. The result of which was he sold the property, or this Mountain View Homes sold the property, and in steps another buyer. They put a lot of money on the table. It was a big punt, and one wonders if it was a gamble or whether they knew that there was going to be an opportunity for them to circumvent the restrictions which the previous developer wanted to avoid. Is it true or false that they were led to believe they could avoid this problem? Secondly, the report which Savannah put out, it's a little bit like doing the mathematics questions at school. You know, you rule that line and underneath put the answer. And it seems here that this report has got the answer, and now we need to work back to the equation to see how we can arrange that answer to be true. There are several examples of getting the answer that we want. On page 17 of Savannah's report, there was a removal of the bat habitat. That's quite convenient, so we've checkmarked that. The buffer on page 22 for Street F needs to be reduced in order to accommodate whom? The woodland type was regarded as not rare or endangered, so we managed to get rid of that. There's a 6.86 hectare of significant woodland to be removed. That represents more than 12 football fields, and whilst some people may be happy with what's left, people against the development are worried about what's taken away. That's 12 football fields. It seems to me that in getting that answer, there's been lots of change of definition, lots of trades, but the trades are only going one way. That's to the disadvantage of the environment. My third and last factor is about the PSW. Wetlands are valuable. They're sinkholes. They're dynamic, living, changing ecosystem. Anything which is done to interfere with that functioning is a danger to it. And the danger comes from us, because we tend to be disruptors and spoilers when nature goes about its work. The planned development surrounds this wetland by 180 degrees. That's more than half a circle. That 30-metre buffer from that meeting in March 2015 has now been reduced to 15. Hardly seems a survival buffer for the wetland. In addition to which, the wetland is to be funneled through a narrow opening to reach the Welland River. There are parts of the wetland which could not access that pathway, even with GPS. Seems to me that that is a death knell to the wetland. Look at what's happened to the Jordan Harbour. The Jordan Harbour's entrance or exit has been narrowed by the development of the Queen Elizabeth Way, and now the harbour is not what it once was. I foresee the same thing happening to the wetland, and I've not talked about the pockets which are east or west of that narrow funnel, and the map which Mr. Hurlowitz has shown tonight has some sewerage and piping going underneath it, which seems to me to be another dagger for the wetland to function properly. As Councillor Campbell mentioned, it's a bit like the garage dealer who has all care and no responsibility. If these plans fall short of what we would wish, what responsibility do they have? We've already seen that they've made incursions into the wetland, saying that the trees blew down, which seems to me a rather childish excuse to make those incursions. Council, you need to listen to the voice of the residents. You are there for us. The trees have no tongues. You have to speak to them. They are unable, like the residents of Chippewa, to sign petitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Next up, we've got Neil Mooney of Dorchester Road. Neil, are you there? No, not there? Okay. Next, we've got John Bacher of Church Street, St. Catharines. Mr. Bacher, are you there? Not on? Okay, next up is Derek Jones. Derek, are you there? Just have to unmute. Derek Jones, are you there?
Hello.
Oh, yeah, we hear you.
Sorry, I had a bit of technical difficulty.
Okay, no problem, Derek. If you could just start by giving us your address.
I'd rather not give my full address over
Okay,
this
that's
medium,
fine.
as I believe that's a privacy concern.
Okay, what's your street address then?
I live in Niagara Falls. My name's Derek Jones. I'm not sure how a citizen is expected to unpack all this in 5 minutes. I hope the council has studied these documents. I understand they're pretty complex.
Derek, what street do you live on?
Jubilee.
Jubilee, thank you. And, okay, so you're all set. You got 5 minutes, sir.
Yeah, not sure how I'm supposed to unpack this in 5 minutes, but I'll try. I have 3 pages to read. And hopefully I'll be allowed to go a little over if necessary without interruption. Is that acceptable?
Well, it depends what's a little. Why don't
Well,
we?
I've got 3 pages to read.
Okay,
It's approximately the same as the last time. I
Okay,
presented.
well, we should be fine. So if you want to get started.
Okay, great. But before I get going, I just heard that Eddie Van Halen has just passed away, and as a guitarist who was greatly influenced by this man's incredibly revolutionary achievements, this tragic news is still fresh on my mind. And I just want to start by saying farewell to one of my heroes. His influence will live on forever. Goodbye, Ed. May you rest in peace. Okay, on to the business at hand. First, I agree with every critically important point that Ross Smith just made. There's a significant reason why this highly flawed project earned Story of the Year in local news over consecutive years. And frankly, it was not for good reasons. At the last meeting for this contentious plan, the consensus of council moved this project forward, satisfied that this development would only progress to this next stage if the 27 conditions presented to council at the time, with strict conditions of approval, were met. Here we are over 2 years later, and they have not been met. Instead, council's approval at the last meeting appears to have been used to get a foot in the door, then pushed to further decrease and diminish environmentally protected areas, attempting to reduce the agreed-to wetland buffers, throwing the entire ecosystem into peril, all in the name of squeezing in more roads, more unaffordable homes into what is a finite, environmentally sensitive area. Objectively and factually, this is not what was approved at the last council meeting. But that is what is being presented to you today. Sorry, but this is not responsible or sustainable planning. It does not meet the gold standard. It doesn't even come close. How many mulligans does this developer get? And what is the cost to our environment in dollar amount? Look at the plans before you today. It's clear that council and the public are being misled. You've been hoodwinked. Let's talk about the 27 conditions of approval. At the last planning meeting, council approved the project providing all 27 conditions were met. You might recall that former councillor Tim Crater admitted that he was initially prepared to vote against this project, but decided to vote for it with the assurance that all 27 conditions would be met. Whether these items are labeled as conditions or recommendations is not important to this discussion. What is important is that the developer agreed to all 27 items presented as a condition of approval, as was confirmed by head planner Alex Hurlovich. Condition number 1 on that list of 27 conditions states that the PSWs located on the subject lands be designated environmental protection area, which shall include a 30-meter buffer, period. The plans before you consistently break this condition by not agreeing or adhering to 30-meter buffers. In the plans before you, you will notice proposed buffer sizes have been significantly decreased, in some cases by half. Very clearly, it is impossible at this point for the developer to scientifically demonstrate a no net loss or no negative impact approach as an argument for reducing the buffers. 2 separate violations by this developer substantially demonstrate and support this. Nowhere in the documentation is this proven. Alex stated earlier that the developer cut down dead trees, but omitted the fact that many live trees were demolished, as were sensitive areas. The comment diminishes the actual true scale of an environmental damage caused during 2 violations. Wetlands are not islands. They don't exist as independent, isolated entities within an ecosystem. They exist as part of a complex ecosystem and depend on surrounding codependent habitats for their protection and for their existence. This is clearly defined in provincial policy and the Ontario Wetland Evaluation System. They exist in symbiosis, much like we rely on a healthy environment for our existence. Take away the surrounding supporting habitat or reduce the agreed to standard 30-meter buffers, and you ultimately diminish the health of and ultimately destroy the protected wetlands. They cease ecological function, become incapable of supporting life, and cease to be viable. And in turn, this destroys the ecological function of the surrounding ecosystem. Condition number 6 states that the amendment be modified to require further studies to determine the extent of dense blazing star and Kentucky coffee tree habitat in order to satisfy the requirements of the ESA. From what I understand, additional communities of dense blazing star that exist in the subject lands have not been recorded or presented as part of the developer's environmental studies. The EIS is incomplete, dead on arrival, again. There are several other issues with conditions not being met, but I have to move on. Going back to the last planning meeting, a legal representative for the developer, Jane Pepino, made statements about no net loss, suggesting how a gold standard was established and to be followed strictly by the developer. At approximately 20 minutes into her speech, Ms. Pepino talks about the critical importance of no negative impact that would guide this project. She states, in page 3 of your staff report, I think it is made entirely clear that, and I quote, a natural heritage system-based approach is being used to ensure long-term sustainability and no negative impact on the environment. And no negative impact is one of the key tests of the province. The significant natural heritage areas are to be protected and conserved, utilizing a hierarchy of techniques, avoidance mitigation, and enhancement restoration. No offsetting, no replacement. No replacement. And she finishes with, that is the approach that has been taken. That was until the violations, where the developer contradicted everything the lawyer said and threw it all out the window by recklessly and indiscriminately bulldozing trails through protected wetlands. That is far from the gold standard. What good are environmental regulations if they're not being respected, maintained, or enforced? The approach by this developer demonstrates a clear and systematic attack on our environment with pressure on sensitive habitat that purposely chips away at norms, apparently never satisfied with accepting or adhering to existing rules, boundaries, and best practices. This is death by 1,000 cuts. As recently as last week, there's another article in the paper that stated the developer has no intentions of harming wetlands, unquote. This does not convey the facts. The fact is that straight out of the gate, wetlands have already been damaged, leading to 2 serious violations. Can't pretend it didn't happen. The evidence is still there. The headline in the paper earlier this year suggested the developer had a credibility problem after it was suggested that this was a mistake. 2 violations without the project even starting should be a warning and a huge red flag. Sadly, the damage is still there. The damage has not been remediated as mandated. Now the area lies damaged and prone to invasive species. To this day, the only real comment that I've heard from any city official on this came from Director of Planning, Alex Hurlovich, who after the developer's first violation stated, "The statement on site clearing issued by GRCan, the developer, does not provide sufficient defense, nor does it excuse the company from action being taken by the NPCA. It is my personal opinion that the words and actions of GRCan have likely harmed the company in ways I cannot even begin to measure." But it didn't just harm the company, it harmed the environment with much more devastating impact. Yet somehow we are here today without resolution, without the violations having been properly addressed or publicly disclosed. I've spoken objectively regarding the still existing major environmental concerns, but now I'm going to briefly speak to personal concerns that affect me, my family, and the community we live in across the street from this magnificent forest.
Derek, are you almost finished?
Many years
Because
ago, I moved my family to the edge of this forest to find peace.
Derek, we're almost at 10 minutes. You've doubled the time. Can you wrap it up, please?
That's what I was doing. I was hoping I wouldn't be cut off like that. I'm almost done.
That's why I'm asking you. Are you just about done?
You could have done that without unmuting me, sir.
I didn't mute you. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I don't have the mute button here.
Well, I'm a little upset by that because I was just about done and now I've been interrupted right as I'm trying to finish up here.
So
can I go ahead and finish?
Yes, just wrap it up, please. Wrap it up.
Okay. Like I said, I was just about done, so bad timing on that. Many years ago, I moved my family to the edge of the forest to find peace, to be close to nature, and to provide a healthy environment in which to raise my children, where they would be able to enjoy all the benefits of being close to nature. Not to be constantly subjected to the invasive din and dust of a perpetual state of construction over the last decade. If you have lived in my neighborhood for the last 10 years, you'd be seriously considering moving away from Niagara Falls, Ontario. I would implore you to consider the deep personal toll and negative health effects that are being perpetuated with this project and foisted on my family and our community. It was learned through one of the earlier consultations that surprisingly no other locations were ever evaluated or considered prior to choosing this location for this project. It's not too late for that. There are better places to develop this project that will have much less negative impact on the surrounding ecosystem. I urge you to request that staff bring back a report to suggest a more suitable and less invasive location for this project, as it clearly doesn't belong here. I am also deeply concerned about future proposed phases of this plan. As expressed by the developer, this project is also planned to have a major tourism component built in the north end of the forest at some point. This is a huge concern to everyone in our once quiet community by the forest. It simply doesn't belong here. This in no shape or form fits in with the character of our community. It's totally inadequate from an ill-serviced transportation perspective, and it's hugely damaging from an environmental perspective. The fact is, you don't have public support for this project. You have never had public support for this project, and you will never have public support for this project. Not at this location. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Okay, next up, we've got Angela Peebles. Angela, are you there?
She is, she just has to unmute.
Okay.
Oh, I'm here. Hello.
Okay, we can hear
Hi.
you.
Can you hear me? First off, I really think that there must have been a problem with John Bacher.
Yeah, we've got him. We've got him. He's back on now.
Okay, yeah, because I highly doubted he just decided not to participate at the last moment. So I'm happy to hear that. So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today regarding the proposed riverfront community.
Okay, we just need your address, Angela, your street.
5055 Wilmot Street.
Okay, thank you very much. And then you got 5 minutes, please.
So you heard that part.
Yep.
I am, however, surprised that a staff as sophisticated as ours in working with the EOC could not come up with a plan to hold a public meeting on such a contentious and long-standing community issue, somewhere where people could participate safely in person. You've made it really difficult for people to speak on this, that I'm surprised about. I have to admit, too, that I was also disappointed to learn that the Zoom call was audio only. As you all know, I like to wear a t-shirt to help me express my views at times like this. Also, I did have a graphic that I wanted to show folks, which actually I just emailed to council. For those watching at home, it's a screenshot of the mayor's Facebook post on October 1st, wearing an orange shirt to show his commitment to reconciliation and hope. I've also noticed the mayor recently attended the Justice for Black Lives rally, and that council has supplied an office to Justice for Black Lives and is forming an anti-racism committee. It's fantastic to see our city leaders taking anti-racism stands. Earlier, I had also emailed to council an email from Carl Dockstetter dated May 15th, 2018, who, by the way, excuse me, is an Indigenous journalist and a member of our community who was recently arrested for covering the 1492 land back lane land defense in Caledonia. Being so progressive with anti-racism, I'm sure all of you, council and mayor, sent Carl a message of support. But back to Carl's email. Reading the whole thing right now would take up too much time, so I will summarize it for you. He is opposed to the Riverfront Community Plan. His was the amendment OPA 117. And the reason is, it ignores Canada's obligation to act as good faith treaty partners. So that was 2 years ago. I spoke to Carl as of yesterday, and nothing has changed. So basically, the duty to consult has not been fulfilled. His perspective is guided by the letter of infringement from August of 2016, issued by the Haudenosaunee Development Institute and the letter issuing a warning from the Haudenosaunee Environmental Task Force to Justin Trudeau on March 8th of 2017, both of which were attached to the email I sent. The letters have also been delivered to the Planning Committee. His email goes on to say that at this time, and on a preliminary basis, we confirm that the project will interfere, impair, and infringe upon Haudenosaunee, sorry if I got that wrong that time, title rights and interests. So, Mayor and Council, do you really want to work towards reconciliation, or was it just a one-off feel-good photo op on October the 1st? Your vote tonight will answer that question quite clearly. Now, having said all of that, I do have some questions about the Riverfront Community Draft Plan Zoning Bylaw Amendment application. through, some of the questions were actually answered by the previous speakers and by Councillor Lococo. But through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe Mr. Hurlovich can answer some of these questions that I have.
Yeah, yep, you've got 2 minutes to go.
Okay, yeah, the first question actually was about the 27 recommendations from May 8, 2018, and it has been confirmed that the 30-meter buffer zone was actually in those recommendations. So basically, what the applicant is trying to do now is to cut that buffer zone in half. That's correct? Is that correct, Mr. Hurlovich?
Mr. Hurlovich?
Mr. Mayor, the policy provides that the developer can submit a study demonstrating a lesser buffer. He has complied with the city's requirement. So the answer is he's complied. Yes, he's demonstrated that he can reduce it from 30 meters to 15 meters.
So basically, they're trying to push it by twice the amount that was agreed upon by council back in May 2018. And so that is so that the PSWs take up half of the 193 acres. So if you're decreasing that buffer zone by half, you're actually like taking a lot of land out of that buffer zone. So I think that changing that from the 30 to the 15 is not okay. I also just wanted to ask what it says here that the buffer, okay, so what are these 3 pinch points that are being referred to by the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, which were noted where the plan would need to be red-lined to comply with the policy? Can you elaborate on pinch points and red-lined?
Mr. Hurlovich?
Yeah, so you, Mr. Mayor, to the speaker, the street E, which is a dogleg street coming north from Chippewa Parkway, is within the buffer area. And so they have resubmitted a plan to address those concerns of the Conservation Authority and showing that the street can be located further west. So the intention is the approved plan will show that street located west out of the buffer. The street F is a long cul-de-sac street on the east end of the development, and that extended north, and it too, the circle encroached into the buffer area. So they've demonstrated that that street would be pulled back and made shorter, so it's not in the buffer area. And then the last area had to do with the size of the NC block, and that it was encroaching onto that buffer again. So the boundary line between blocks 13 and 14 would be shifted so that block 13 was not in the buffer area.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Alex Hurlovich, why is council voting on the non-amended plan then? Why would that not have been taken care of before this plan was being presented? And again, what is red line?
And this will have to be it. We're over 7 minutes now, Ms. Peebles. So, Mr. Hurlovich?
So, yeah, so you're to Mr. Mayor. So it's I suppose it's planning jargon for a revision that would be made. It's the same as making a condition. So we're calling it that those streets would be moved over. So the final plan, when submitted, will show those streets in the agreed to location. And there is a schedule number 5 in the planning report that shows those modifications. So those are the recommended changes.
Okay, 2 more questions. I'll be very quick. What is the property still for sale?
Well, I don't think that's a matter for the city to deal with. That's a private matter. And what was your last question?
What is the definition of a community in terms of riverfront community?
Well, the province helps us out with that. They defined a complete community as an area which includes residential areas, recreational areas, employment areas, shopping areas. So basically the complete gamut, which the Riverfront Community Plan provides for. There's shopping, there's open space, there are employment opportunities, and there are environmental protection areas.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich, and thank you, Ms. Peebles.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got Taylor Telford.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes, Councillor?
Why is it not pertinent for us to know whether that property is for sale? You're asking us to vote on a plan of subdivision tonight. Why is it not important for us to know whether it's for sale or not?
Well, Mr. Hurlovich.
I'm confused on that answer.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I can speak, because the speaker asked the question of me, I do not have any idea whether it's for sale. They didn't list it with me. But maybe the developer could answer that, or the developer's representatives when they have a chance to speak.
Thank you for that answer, Alex.
Yes, Councillor Carrio.
Is whether it's for sale or not, Mr. Hurlovich, relevant in this report whatsoever?
Mr. Hurlovich?
That's up to council to decide.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so is Taylor Telford on the line? No? Okay. I'm sorry? Okay, was she on the list? Okay, Lorna Anstruther?
I'm here.
Okay, hello, we can hear you.
Okay, that's good. Dear Diodati, members of council, my name is Lorna Anstruther.
And it's your address, Lorna?
Pardon? I was just about to say that.
Okay, great.
And I reside at 4075 St. James Avenue here in Niagara Falls. I come before you this evening via the magic of technology, because sadly, this is not a true public meeting. I am here to express my strong opposition to council approving this requested bylaw amendment. The developers, town planners will wax eloquently about the fabulous community they have planned. No doubt it is, but not suitable for this site. From my own experience taking planning courses at the University of Waterloo, planners are not environmentalists. We will hear that all precautions will be taken to protect sensitive areas. Reading the environmental impact study, you might believe that all precautions to protect sensitive areas from human incursion can be taken. You're mistaken in that belief. The developer told us at open house after open house that she has created fabulous communities in sensitive areas. Yet her big chance to show us firsthand how she plans to protect sensitive areas, she failed miserably. Case in point, the charges laid against her by the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. When questioned by a community member why a bulldozer hired by her development company cut a large swath through a provincially sensitive wetland, she told the packed Gale Center, the wind must have blown the flag away. No one laughed. Had this developer been as concerned about protecting sensitive areas as she continually claims, in my opinion, she would have hired a competent person who was capable of reading a map and insisted that someone be on site to ensure that no sensitive areas were damaged. There is a sentence in the environmental impact statement that says, habitat destruction is not anticipated. Oh, how wrong that statement is and will be. I hold a Bachelor of Environmental Studies degree, and the program was called Man-Environment Studies, a title that is now politically incorrect, but was a true eye-opener of a course. The content dealt with human interactions with the natural environment. We must admit that nature has taken a beating at the hands of humans. This proposed development is extensive, a large number of people living cheek by jowl, working and playing within environmentally sensitive areas. What looks great on paper, it is explained by planners in glowing terms, rarely meets the reality when human beings and their behaviors are factored into the equation. This proposed development will be deleterious to the sensitive areas And I expect within 20 years, there will be no environmentally sensitive areas on the property. The destruction has already begun. If a planner believes that backyard gateless fencing and a marked path will stop people from finding their way into the buffer zones and sensitive areas, I would say you don't know what you're talking about. Just walking two abreast on a trail meant for one person leads to habitat loss, erosion, and continued widening of the path. A child chasing a butterfly. A person wanting a photo, breaking down surrounding vegetations to get the perfect shot of the Great Plains lady's tresses. A mountain biker who chooses their own path. Introduction of non-native plants in gardens. Fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides introduced by home gardeners. Salt and saline sprays from snowplows will all affect those sensitive areas and buffer zones. Can we expect future councils to deal promptly with violations that will so drastically damage those sensitive areas? Mr. Hurlovich has admitted that the city won't be there 24/7. Consider how long council waited until it was forced to deal with homeowners encroaching on city park property. By granting this zoning bylaw amendment, you will be condoning the developer's blatant past destruction of environmentally sensitive areas and encouraging future destruction. The city pays thousands of staff dollars to ensure our parks remain green. Volunteers donate their time to plant trees to replenish our rapidly dwindling tree canopy. This site is a gem that needs protection. You only get one chance to get this right. Do you leave a legacy for future generations that you understood the need for a priceless, sustainable natural environment? Or do you leave a legacy of only caring for the short-term monetary gain at the expense of our natural environment? And I will respectfully request for a called for vote so we can plainly see what legacy you plan to leave. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Anstruther. Next, I understand we've got Mr. Bacher on the line, is that right? John Bacher, do we have you on the line? Yep, we're just working to unmute you, I guess. Okay. Okay, are you there, John? Or?
Douglas Woodward and John Bacher are together.
Okay, John, you're with another Douglas Woodworking? Woodward, Doug Woodward. You're unmuted, John. We can't hear you. Okay, well, maybe we'll have to come back. Okay. All right, well, if you're listening, John and Doug, we're not able to hear you. So maybe you have to try another device. Okay, so we'll move to Krista Barrett. Is Krista Barrett on the line? No?
Let's go to Mr. or Mrs. Zhu.
Okay. Is Mr. or Mrs. Zhu on the line?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm on the line.
Okay, if you could just please state your street address and you'll have 5 minutes to speak, please.
Okay, I'm not going to speak 5 minutes, but I'm going to say my address is 7359 Wilson Crescent, because I have a 10-year-old son over there, and his childhood, I don't want the ecosystem is affected so badly, you know. The construction is going to seriously affect his life over there, including my life. I'm doing the shift work. The construction is going to torture me. I'm not going to sleep well at all. That's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so do we try John Bacher again, or do we have someone else on there?
We do not have anybody else, but we do have one other person to speak. Doug? Douglas and John are able to speak at any time.
Okay.
They are fully unmuted. So.
Okay. So John Bacher and Doug Woodward, can you hear me?
One last speaker and then the Manson. And then we'll go back.
Yep. I was saving her for last. Okay. All right. So no luck on John Bacher or Doug Woodward. All right. So we've tried a few times. All right. So I guess we're going to close out with our last speaker. She requested to speak last is Linda Manson. Linda, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we do. We hear you, Linda.
Oh, great. Hey, no problem with the 5 minutes. I had to do some editing on the fly here because some of the questions were answered, and I also wanted to just put things, some of the questions you'll see now that they're in some context. So.
Okay. We just need your street address, Linda.
Yep, 4732 Cookman Crescent.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Facts should matter. Science should matter. Warnings by experts should matter. And passionate public pressure based on these concerns has changed the course of plans along the path from Paradise Niagara to Riverfront Community. Just not changed it enough yet. Thundering Waters by any other name should never have proceeded this far, but money speaks louder than words, and tax dollars versus natural heritage, a work in progress. So at this stage, barring a miracle veto, we enter a new campaign of damage control. And I'm here to offer input as part of the solution framework. Upfront, kudos to the NPCA and region for commissioning the independent peer review, and kudos to city planning for publicly posting and incorporating the resulting comments in full as conditions of draft approval in Appendix A. Essentially, a red flag warning. Carefully crafted must-do list for the developer. This time they really are conditions to mitigate the consequences of decisions so far. Please stand firm. Members of council, with no written response by GR Canada since those MPCA and regional comments came in May, nothing that we can see, please consider the public optics from our point of view. Given the gaping holes and missing information, we're wondering how this matter can be going to before council. So I would respectfully suggest you consider deferring your decision until some of the most glaring insufficiencies are finalized, not to put off the inevitable, but just to secure the must-have answers and any design revisions needed so you truly know what you're voting on. Meanwhile, there's an amount of work to be done by GR before this draft plan can be approved, so the project is a long way from being ready to proceed in a dirt-moving way. Will GR fully understand that? Will they fully comply? These are realistic concerns given their track record, and so I really would like to see that there's some sort of plan for enforcing the conditions. On a bright note, condition 3, proof of ownership of land, is brilliant, since the entire property was, in fact, listed for sale as Paradise Niagara. Taking it one step further to address council's concern about developers asking approvals simply for the purpose of upping the asking price. If approvals are not transferable, can't be added, what could be done? Or is it something you're worried about? Given how hard fought this whole ordeal has been, I suggest adding that none of the conditions of draft approval be allowed to be dropped or downgraded without involvement and full agreement of all commenting agencies. And as a precaution, I suggest adding, in case of errors or omissions, actual correspondence for commenting agencies apply. Thank you for fixing that error to ensure that condition 47 is incorporated into the subdivision agreement as MPCA intended. It's a really big deal that the outstanding violation under Section 28 of the Conservation Authorities Act be resolved to the satisfaction of the MPCA as a condition of approval. Thank you. And thanks for changes asked for and made since the January open house. Rejection of proposed future roads encroaching into PSW buffers, and full replacement for the removal of 17 acres of significant woodlands. offsetting of trees. Hopefully soon this travesty too shall pass. As a green olive branch, given the surrounding significant features, could it be added that only non-invasive native plants and trees be used in the parklands and restoration areas? Now for the ask you knew was coming. For all the right reasons, facts, science, and expert warnings, I urge you to make the developer honor what they agreed to, you approved, and LPAT upheld, the 30-meter buffers. Independent experts have stressed the important role buffers play in maintaining the hydrologic function of wetlands, yet the peer review notes that hydrologic function of the buffers was not even included in the reasoning for reducing them. Buffers were seemingly slashed to suit the plans, assuming it would be approved. But there are consequences to consider beyond environment. Riverfront is a Chippewa North in the making, with up to 1,045 dwelling units adjacent to PSWs. If the buffers are insufficient in spite of the EIS, there goes nature's flood control. And after clear cutting those 17 acres, the edge of the forest that's left will become vulnerable to wind, prone to uprooting or cracking. In the new norm, high winds of climate change, a 30-meter tree at the forest edge with roots in a wetland falling across a 15-meter buffer is a risk havoc you have power to prevent. Please do it. Finally, I urge vigilance on this file. GR's 2 environmental violations revealed a pattern of defiance, destruction, and denial when faced with delays. Given this long list of conditions, I suggest that you in fact predetermine what the plan is for on-site monitoring and inspection and how GR will be held accountable next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Manson. And we're going to give one last try here because it looks like he's back on.
He just disconnected again.
He just disconnected.
They must be having some technical issues.
Okay, because we thought maybe we had Mr. Bacher and Mr. Woodward back on, but not sure where or how they're calling in, but it's not working. So we are going to move on through our public meeting to the point where we now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. So I would now invite, I know I've got a list here, and I'm assuming it's going to be John Henricks first. Is that right? Okay, John, you just have to unmute if you're there.
I am unmuted.
Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Okay, great, great.
I'm anticipating that Jane Pepino would be speaking on behalf of the client. We're here in support if there's any technical questions that are directed our way.
Okay. Okay, great. So do you have anything you're presenting, or you're just here for any questions that we might have?
No, we have nothing that we'd be presenting, Mr. Mayor, because we have worked very carefully with staff on the zoning bylaw in particular. We've been working with staff on refining the draft plan to get those drawings that you've seen tonight. And we're certainly very satisfied with the report overall. There's obviously, they're not recommending everything we've requested, but I think we can work through all of that. And again, I prefer to hand it off to Jane at this point, but there was no reason for us to add any presentation materials at this point. We are certainly very encouraged with the new urbanist approach that we've been taking to this, and we're really looking forward to that element being approved, because it is something you haven't seen before in the city, to the best of my knowledge. And I think Alex pointed out something on 4 Mile Creek Road in St. David's, and I think that everybody's familiar with the village in Niagara-on-the-Lake, and it's something similar to that we're trying to prepare here, to be respectful of the land base that is left for development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And just before I ask Ms. Pepino, we're going to give, I'm told that Mr. Bacher is on, and this will be his last chance to make this work. So we've got Doug Woodward and John Bacher. Are you on the line? It's showing that you're online and that you're unmuted. We just can't hear you. No? Okay, well, we tried. We do have Mr. Bacher's comments. He did make a submission, a written submission, so we do have his comments. So we're going to move along then and ask Ms. Pepino if she would like to address council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the opportunity to do so.
Welcome.
I'm good. I can be heard. Thank you.
Yep, perfectly.
Just to follow on Mr. Henrik's comments to you, I just wanted to recognize both Mr. Hurlovich and Andrew Bryce for, frankly, a year and a half of rigorous and comprehensive review. And I'd like to thank Ms. Manson as well for recognizing the mountain of work that has been done, and more importantly, the mountain of work that GR Can still has ahead of it. We have worked diligently over the past number of years, and includes not only the city, of course, but as you know, the Conservation Authority, the region, ministries and other agencies, and peer reviewers. And all of those opportunities, comments, revisions, and refinements are now captured in the staff report that is before you. And let me say that we are asking council this evening to accept and support the staff recommendation for approval of the draft plan of subdivision with all of the attendant conditions. We accept the red line revisions. We accept all conditions, none are contested, and that includes, and I want to underscore this, conditions having to do with the NPCA's requirement for restoration of the lands and for satisfaction and appropriate dealing with the notices of violation. So with respect to the bylaw as well, we do not contest staff's recommended position with respect to 2 or 3 areas where they did not accept the application as filed. We will continue to work with staff through the site plan process because, as Mr. Hurlovich pointed out, and indeed as Ms. Manson recognized, there are probably 12 to 18 months of work ahead of us to refine the site plan and therefore to implement the zoning bylaw that might be recommended for approval this evening, and equally to satisfy all of the conditions of draft plan approval, which include not only the city, but also sign off from various provincial ministries with respect to endangered species and the like, as well as a conservation authority and the region. So most importantly, I'd just like to underscore that, and I recognize and don't intend to in any way duck the fact that there have been mistakes made by my client on this land. And we continue to try to be in conversation with the NPCA about how those are to be dealt with. The timing is not in our hands, it is entirely in the Conservation Authority's hands, but rest assured they will be addressed. And in fact, the condition makes it clear that it must be addressed. Equally, we would like to point out that the present zoning merely reflects the history of the lands as a dumping area for dredged material from the canal, which has created brownfield conditions which exist today and themselves damaged the original environment. And so by approving this draft plan and approving the conditions that are attached to it, there will finally be specific conditions and protection and requirements under, for example, Condition 69, which calls for an ecological restoration plan, which includes setting out tree compensation, survey details for protection of endangered species and the like, and also under condition number 70, that additional areas for restorative woodland plantings on other lands outside the PSWs be identified and implemented. So finally, everyone involved, the NPCA, the region, and particularly the city, are now going to be equipped with very finely honed tools to ensure protection, restoration of these lands, which I hear from the community is something that they have been seeking. So I would, as Mr. Hendricks pointed out, he, as planner, is here together with representatives of Savanta, of Colville Consulting, the natural heritage consultant. We have other individuals involved who are available to answer any detailed questions that might be levied by council to us. But I would like to very quickly address one specific matter that was a theme through a couple of the submissions, Messrs. Smith and Jones in particular, and that had to do with the quote, 27 recommendations from, quote, the planning meeting of 2 years ago. And I think what is demonstrated is perhaps a lack of understanding of the process. 2 years ago, you were dealing at council solely with designation under an official plan and policies that were then going to apply to any subsequent applications for implementation. And Mr. Hurlovich was very plain to you. The 27 recommendations or conditions that were set out in that meeting for and which were adopted by council have been satisfied and have been included in Official Plan Amendment 128, and they have been approved in that form by the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal. And that permits a recognition of a 30-meter buffer as a starting point, but again specifically goes on to indicate that that buffer might be increased or decreased as additional detail is done on the land through an EIS, and one has been done and peer-reviewed and approved. So I just wanted to correct that misunderstanding with respect to the process. And the final comment I'd like to make to address a comment by Ms. Peebles, and that has to do with the duty to consult. I can say to you that there has been consultation with the First Nation with the primary connection to these lands. There have been meetings with Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Discussions have included the importance of respecting the archaeological impacts of development and possibly working with them on a business development relationship. So that consultation has been undertaken. Unless there are specific questions of council members of me, I would simply indicate that the consultants also are available to answer questions. Thank you for your courtesies.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pepino. So council, do you have any questions for the presenters tonight? Okay, seeing none, the public meeting with respect to the proposed draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will of council? Councillor Carrier.
I'll move the recommendation, Your Worship.
Motion by Councillor Carey to move the recommendation, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. Do we have any?
Recorded vote, please.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, we have a recorded vote. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, can we have comments? I left all of my comments for later.
Yes, if you have comments.
Okay, thank you. When I looked at this proposal over the past few years, I thought it was a good proposal, but not on this specific piece of land. I have a lot of concerns when I go through these reports. The major one is the 30-meter buffer that's been decreased down to 15. The region said they would be supportive if the buffers would be increased to 15 meters. There's also concerns for me about allowing, with the second unit, the tandem parking, no analysis for parking reduction, requested underground infrastructure on a PSW. I think that's a huge thing right there. We talked about the woodland removal. Even dead trees contribute to the ecosystem, so by removing those, we found out today that they're going to be building on those pieces of property. There was a comment in there about reduction of road salt in this development. I think that's really important because that's saying that there is an issue. The Niagara region goes on to say that final density and numbers of residential units is unknown. There's still various areas that aren't completely addressed, the comments, or they weren't justified, or the justification is still lacking. The encroachment of a PSW should not be permitted regardless of how small. Due to widespread exceedances in soil and groundwater, a risk assessment will be preferred over remedial action because they physically can't remove the soil because of the access of the PSWs. We encourage the developer to use a design consultant. I don't know why we just didn't make that a condition instead of encouraging. It talks about Chippewa being limited wet weather servicing capability. Water flowing into the ground with no outlet prior to the building permit, a geotechnical work is to confirm suitable. In the Dillon Consulting, it talks about the majority of the comments have been addressed, but there's still areas that have not been addressed completely or have lacked justification on decision making and still require attention under the PSW maintenance of water balance. low-impact development mitigation, and the restoration, which is the transplant and woodland removals. There's concerns from Salit Steel, which has been a business here for over 50 years. And my last comment is if a development fits into our community and it's the right place, I would support it. But unfortunately, I think this proposal is relying too much on the developer to provide, obtain, submit things to the city. I feel that the past history with the violations at the first process would be an indication of how much we would have to monitor it. This land is too important and we have too much to lose. At the last open house, Mrs. Chang said that there would be a museum regarding trees, and it reminds me of the Joni Mitchell Big Yellow Taxi song. They took all the trees, put them in a museum, and they charged the people $1.50 to see them. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. I'm sorry, I just can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Well said. I can't support it either. I firmly believe that anything constructed in that area will result in it being completely destroyed, not in my lifetime, but definitely in my grandchildren's lifetime. And it's impossible to have this development move into there and think they're going to save the wetlands. It's impossible. That's right. It's not going to work.
Thank you. Councillor?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Councillor Iannoni.
Thank you. Council's heard from Owen Bjorn, who has come before us probably a dozen times now, spoke at every public meeting. He is an environmental expert. He is an expert on every ounce of information he put forward to us. And Councillor Campbell's right. They've told us time and time again, there is absolutely no ability to save these provincially significant wetlands when this kind of development goes around it. And once they're gone, and we're going to say, oh, well, you know what, it happened. It is what it is. The other concern I have was, as you go through the comments, past comments, was there's a letter from Mr. Duxbury on there in regards to Salit Steel. And Washington and Salit Steel have told us time and time again to stop moving residential development closer to the industrial lands. I don't care how many studies they do or how many studies they add in their application. Salit Steel and Washington Mills has told us they spend more time having to contact the Ministry of Environment for complaints they get because residents can hear the noise that they should ever have to do because council keeps approving residential development closer and closer to industry. And for a city who says we need an industry outside of tourism, we certainly aren't doing a hell of a lot to protect the industry that we have, because they're telling us time and time again to stop doing this. So I'm going to vote against the application too. I simply think it's wrong.
Thank you for that. Mr. Clerk, would you start the vote?
Okay, we have a motion moved by Councillor Curio, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski, that Council move the recommendations in report PBD 2020-64 for the Riverfront Draft Plan of Subdivision and Zoning Bylaw Amendment application. Councillor Campbell.
Against.
Councillor Dabrowski.
For.
Councillor Iannoni.
She's muted.
Sorry, against.
Councillor Curio.
In favor.
Councillor Lococo.
Against.
Councillor Pietrangelo.
Aye.
Councillor Strange.
For.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes.
And Mayor Diodati.
In favor.
And that passes.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Clerk, and thank you to Jane and to John for being on the call as well. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving along, Mr. Clerk, I believe we are at section 9, communications, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, item 9.1, letter to Mr. Matson from Integrity Commissioner Office. Okay, so that is, that's the one, is that the one in regard to my complaint, Mr. Matson?
So item 9.1 you'll see the motion there from the last council meeting that council received the legal report that was on the agenda that night, and then also to ask the Integrity Commissioner to release the full report, as well as any other Integrity Commissioner reports publicly upon the approval of the applicant and respondents. So there's 2 letters from the Integrity Commissioner. The first one dated September 22nd, where he pretty much just acknowledges the request of council, and then a letter dated yesterday, along with the full investigation report is submitted there for the information of council.
Do we have any questions or comments of council for that? I will.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Ioannoni.
I just want to say that I haven't had I'm not going to talk on this tonight because I haven't had a chance to go through it, reading all the Thundering Waters application comments and trying to make sure I had everything straight in my head there. So I will vote on whatever you want to do with this tonight, but I would like to have the opportunity to raise it at the next council meeting once I've had a chance to go through it all.
Mr. Clerk, did you want to comment on procedurally?
Well, it depends on what council does with this tonight. Again, it's only listed there for information. I'm not sure what the councillors ask may be in the future, so I don't really have much of a comment there.
And I just want the opportunity to discuss it, but I want to speak informed, and I haven't had a chance to go through it.
Well, when did we get this, Mr. Clerk?
Yesterday.
Yeah, it was delivered from the Integrity Commissioner yesterday, the full report.
Okay. It's not that big of a read.
Well, we were busy, and Thundering Waters was an important issue. So I didn't get to that because I didn't have to really vote on anything today.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that we receive and file. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that.
On a note, Mr. Mayor, that I will raise this the next meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, item 9.2, decriminalization of drugs. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, we don't have a presentation here, but we have all of the correspondence that Positive Living has sent to us. I know it did go to the region, and the region referred it to the Public Health Committee. Is that the right committee?
Yeah.
But the Public Health Committee, St. Catharines did look into this, and they wanted to support the Chief of Police. There's a couple of highlights that I want to talk about. This, if you look at the top bullet in the report, it's recognizing substance disorder as a public health issue, not a criminal issue. And this is not the answer. It's part of the solution. And I also feel that we should be looking towards the experts, which are the police, the health professionals, and support their suggestions. And if the Chief of Police Association of Canada, I might have the term incorrect, but if they're the ones asking for the support, I believe that we should support it. So I'd like to put a motion forward to support the Chief of Police Association.
I'll second that, and I'd like to speak to it.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Councillor Lococo, and the motion is what, Councillor?
To support the Chief of Police, Canadian Association of Chief Police to decriminalize drugs. Simple possession of drugs, decriminalization of drugs.
Simple possession.
Simple possession.
Simple possession.
Okay, Councillor Ioannoni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I support that because Councillor Lococo, and I don't know if there was any other members of council because the list was not on there, had an opportunity, Councillor Lococo and I had an opportunity to participate in a Zoom session, I think it was 2-3 weeks ago, Councillor Lococo, correct me where I'm wrong, and it was talking about addiction, mental health, homelessness here, the experience of addicts when they go to our hospital, their lived experience of being treated, I think the word he used was less than human. And I don't think that what is in place now is working. When they talk about the simple use of drugs, they're not talking about a heroin trafficker or things like that. They're talking about sorry, lost my iPad. They're talking about some of the people we see living on our streets, the homelessness, some of the people we see in our emergency rooms, but we're talking about everyday moms, dads, sisters, brothers, just people who have sadly fallen into the state of addiction. We are not talking about heavy drug traffickers. And that was the point they wanted to get across from us through the Zoom meeting that we attended. And we're in a sad state in this country right now. We're watching municipalities declare opioid emergencies. We have one, we just haven't declared it. And I really think that we need to start being part of the solution and not pounding an answer into people. And this is just a small part of the solution.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we have yes, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, I just have a question. Like, does anyone know what a simple possession of drugs is? Is it amount of days or that they can consume? Is it 9 days, 10 days, 2 days? Does anyone know?
I don't know. Do we know? Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry I don't know, but what was told to me, because they don't really know, possession for one person is very different than for another person. I guess it's like a smoker. You might smoke 2 cigarettes a day, or you might smoke 25 cigarettes a day. So there was no specific amount given to me. They would work on that as they're going through this program.
Okay, I'd just like to know what the possession is for a drug dealer then. If they're allowed 3 or 4 days, or what that would be. Just seems...
I don't know what you mean.
Okay, so we don't know.
I'm sorry, can you clarify that, Councillor Strange?
Well, because in Portugal, there was, in the last council meeting we were discussing this, someone said you were allowed 9 days of drugs. So if a guy who is a drug dealer has 9 days of drugs, he's not going to jail, he's just going to get fined? Is that the logic here?
I don't know if anyone can answer that.
I'm just going.
Councillor
No, I'm
Lococo?
just going through this summary that we all have in front of us, and I couldn't remember whether the days are in there. So if anybody else has questions, I'm just going through it, hoping I can find it for him.
Recorded vote, please.
Yeah. Recorded vote, Mr. Clerk. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not an expert on this, so I'm just repeating what has been given to me or the webinars that I've been on. But what possession is different than trafficking. So a trafficker might have materials that are showing that they're trafficking, maybe scales and bags and that sort of thing. That's specifically trafficking. Excuse me, I'm trying to explain. So possession is very different than trafficking. And trafficking, the trafficker would have different tools to show that they were trafficking. So I don't know what a trafficker would have, but that was what was told to me, was that they would have other tools and they would be able to show you that they were trafficking in comparison to possession.
Okay, thank you for that.
Actually, I found what it is Councillor Strange was speaking about. Mr. Mayor, can I just read it to you?
Yes.
It is important, this is what council was provided under Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. And it says, it's important to note that decriminalization is not the same as legalization. In a decriminalized regime, drug possession remains illegal. But the nature of the penalty for possessing a small amount or predetermined amount of drugs for personal consumption is either reduced, changed from a criminal conviction to a fine or other type of sanction. In all countries where one or more drugs have been decriminalized or legalized, production is either controlled or is illegal, and trafficking remains a criminal offense.
That doesn't really...
Okay, thank you for that. I got Councillor Dabrowski and then Thompson.
Just to go back, and I'm not sure, straight through the mayor, when we had discussed this, which council meeting it was. Whether it was 2 council meetings ago, but I had a number of questions, and I'm pretty sure I had made a motion that we get a staff report back. Is this part of a staff report, or? Just and you had a couple of questions that you had, I believe, and other council members had questions as well. So before I want to support or go against the motion, I had 4 or 5 questions. I'm just looking back at my notes that I did have, and rather than re-ask them, maybe we can revisit that staff report motion if it was made, and I'm pretty sure we approved it.
Yeah, Mr. Clerk, can you help us out?
Yeah, before I put this on the communications portion of the agenda, I did look back at that motion, and the way we had it worded was that that staff report back with information. Nobody was assigned to do a report here. We don't have staff on hand that has the expertise in this field. And that's why we reached out to the various groups, and this is the information that was returned.
Okay, thank you for that. So to that point, yeah, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could we possibly get the questions together and forward them to the experts so they can answer them specifically then?
We could.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I have my 4 here, and I'd be happy to send them by email. So I'd rather defer or wait until the next meeting until we can actually get the information that we're looking for as individual council members.
Yep.
I'll remove my motion then, and we could put a motion together to get the questions together, forward them to Positive Living for the answers.
Okay. So the suggestion is that if you want to defer this and get your questions sent to staff to get answers and then have it come back at the next council meeting, perhaps. Did you want to do that approach?
Yeah, if I could. I did make that motion, but a lot of the questions, actually all the questions that I have that I'm looking at aren't answered in the materials that I looked over quickly. So.
Are or aren't?
Aren't.
Okay, yeah. I see, okay.
Are not.
Okay, well, before we do the motion, we had Councillor Thompson wanted to weigh in too.
No, I just have some real concerns about this, and I'm okay with deferring and having a report back, but you know, the police department are not going to be involved in drug use. I can't believe it. So they're going to have to convince me about that. Thank you.
Thank
Your
you.
Worship, if I may.
Yeah, Councillor Campbell?
I don't think that that's the purpose or the intent of what they're asking us to vote for. I'll agree with getting questions back, but from my experience, a lot of people who are using drugs are struggling with mental health problems. If they are caught presently, they are thrown in jail. And I still remember the former Attorney General, Yasser Naqvi, in a conversation with me for the province of Ontario, said, Wayne, I realize today that our court system is dealing with mental health problems. I think the key part is that when police officers find somebody with possession, however that's defined, it automatically does not lead to a criminal court case. It could be a simple fine. It could be a way of referring people to psychiatrists, for committees, clinics. It's not that the police are not going to support or not going to fight drug use. It's trying to help people with mental health problems. Well, you didn't read it the way I did.
Okay, keep the comments to me, folks.
I'm sorry.
I'm not you.
Okay, councillors, please keep the comments to me,
My
please.
point is that
Thank you.
we need to look at this differently. And I agree to having a report back from staff. But the bottom line is, it says here in globally, if I could just scroll down here, in Portugal. Portugal had one of the highest drug use decriminalization. In 1999, they had 369 deaths, 2,907. In 2017, they had 1,400. After they introduced the decriminalization, it went down to close to nothing. It improved the overall health status of their citizenships that struggle with mental health. We're not going to just allow people to run around and get caught with heroin in their pockets or well, marijuana's legal now. God, you couldn't do that back in the 60s and 70s. If you had got caught, if I had got caught smoking a joint back in the 60s, I'd never be able to run for council. I wouldn't have had the opportunity for the employment that I've had over my adult years because I got a record. And there are lots of people that can't even get into the States that have got a record from the 1960s because they were charged and convicted of possession of marijuana. And today it's legal. We got to move forward. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Councillor.
Mental health, if you got a problem, you go to your doctor and you get prescribed proper drugs that you're not using illegal drugs. That's all. I think we got a lot of questions, a lot of information with respect to these people who are using individual drugs, end up hurting themselves, suicide, all kinds of other problems associated. I'm thinking we got to give this a lot of thought before we make any decision.
Okay, so why don't we get a motion to refer this then?
May I speak?
Yes, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out that in the information that we were given, I think I'm the correspondence from Positive Living. It shows that in Canada, there's strong support for the decriminalization of drug possession. And just to correct Councillor Thompson, though we're dealing with a lot of people who have mental health issues who cannot go to their doctor and do not get prescribed the right medication and are turning to street opioids and street drug use. So that's not always the case, and we're pretty fortunate that any of us who have to go to our doctor to have mental health issues dealt with or prescription drugs get them. There's a lot of people that have absolutely no ability to do that. But I also want to say that here are the public health associations and authorities, including the Canadian Public Health Association, that support the decriminalization, and who are far better experts than the group of us around this table, because we are not. And that's the Canadian Public Health Association, Canadian Mental Health Association, the Canadian Nurses Association, the Toronto Board of Health, Toronto's Medical Officer of Health, Montreal's Public Health, Winnipeg Regional Public Health Authority, and the Provincial Health Authority of British Columbia. So Councillor Dabrowski said he had questions. Why don't we also ask our head of public health, Dr. Hergy, if they could weigh in, and the Ontario Medical Officer of Public Health to weigh in on this also? Because we can have the clerk. I'd like to make a motion that we send a letter asking for their opinion on these, because that just adds more expert advice to us.
Okay, so was somebody already making a motion, or I can't remember? I don't even remember where we are, Mr. Clerk. We've been all back and forth.
For the information.
Well, I thought someone, did someone make a referral or deferral motion?
We now have three motions.
But there is no.
What's that? I'm sorry?
We have three motions.
We have three motions on the floor.
We have three motions. Well, Councillor Lococo withdrew hers, right? So that one's off. So then, and then what one did we have made? By referral made by who? I can't remember. Referral or deferral, whichever.
Deferral. I thought, if my memory serves me.
What should it be, a referral or deferral? Deferral. So a motion for deferral, and staff will come back with a further report with questions. So then the suggestion is, if Councillor Ianoni's got suggestions, if you've got questions, everybody email them into the clerk?
I've already sent mine.
You've sent them in already, okay, great. So everyone send them into the clerk, so he has lots of time because he's gonna get on this, and we can get back with a report to deal with this as a council. Is that good? Okay, so so please, everybody, if you have questions, get them into him in advance. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that.
There was no second for the deferral.
Was there a second, Mr.?
No, I'll second it.
Okay, Councillor Carrier got it. Okay, thank you. Okay, item 9.4, NICE, Niagara Integrated Commercial Enterprises. We have pardon me? 9.3. Why don't we do it in order then? 9.3, I'm sorry, Highway 405 functionality. Councillor Pietrangelo, this has been your baby. Did you want to weigh in on this one?
Thanks, Your Worship. Well, first of all, I would say that I'm happy to see that it's still on our agenda. So hopefully, Your Worship, the city is still pushing for it. You know, it's interesting because as you talk to people and you kind of, you know, give them what the idea or what the vision behind it is, they think to themselves, wow, that would be so nice. Like to get all your heavy trucks, to get all your construction vehicles off the roads in the north end, whether it be Thorlestone or Mountain Road or Mewburn Road or even 4 Mile Creek Road, you know, and have them be able to access the 405 via the Queen Elizabeth Way. People are like, yeah, how come this hasn't never been done before? So I guess my question to you is, and I did read all the letters that were sent out, where do we go from here? Would it be prudent to get, I guess, a resolution to the region and have the region endorse the concept of making the 405 fully functional? And then, I guess, present it to the MTO and have the Minister of Transportation perhaps visit the area? And I guess we would be looking for them to adopt the notion of doing an environmental assessment at that location to make sure that it'd be feasible to make it fully functional. I mean, I could be corrected, maybe you have some comments, but that would be my course of action if I could choose.
I think that's probably a really good course of action, that we get and we've had ongoing discussions at AMO, and last year we met with the MTO, but it'd be nice to get them to officially endorse it, starting with an EA. So maybe I think that's probably a good start. So if we ask the region to ask the MTO, and we can do the same, to, as you say, start with an EA, and then maybe we can get Mr. Nickel to help us out through his contacts at the region, through Municipal Works and Public Works, come together and help us put something together that we can make that official request, and at the same time do that ourselves with Minister Mulrooney as well, and try to get it from both angles, the region sending it, us sending it, and I can tell you Niagara-on-the-Lake's on board as well. They're very supportive of this idea. It's an idea, it's hard to believe they didn't do this when they built the highway. Right. It was like an oversight, but we're paying the price for the oversight, and so is Niagara-on-the-Lake. It's a beautiful highway you can't access. It's silly. So if you want to, so is that a motion then?
Yeah, sure. So I'll make the motion that a resolution go on to the regional government, asking them to endorse an environmental assessment. Yep. To make sure that the 405 can be fully functional in the future. And then once that's endorsed, that resolution be sent on to the Ministry of Transportation, and also that the minister be invited to visit the area. I would also ask that Niagara-on-the-Lake be given a copy of our resolution so that they can endorse the same thing.
That's perfect.
I think that pretty much covers everything. That's
perfect. So I think I got Councillor Strange, and then I've got Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, I'll second that motion as well. But I just wanted to talk about, you know, we set up the roundabout now on Mountain Road to kind of give it an easier way for people to kind of get off of Mountain and go down to kind of Niagara-on-the-Lake instead of going to the highway. But, you know, we're getting so many huge, heavy trucks going down there. They're damaging that road. It's crazy, and they're coming down like 100 kilometers an hour. Like, we go running there, and it's just insane. So maybe we can add to that. The Niagara-on-the-Lake look at that too, because it's going right down that hill, and it's not going to be for long before something happens to someone, and I'm sure the neighbors don't appreciate it. We have that beautiful bridge over Mewburn now, and I don't think that's going to stay put very long if you have all those heavy trucks over it. So I agree with Vic that there has to be something go around and have those trucks go elsewhere.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Campbell.
Yes, Your Worship. On June 4th, 2019, there was a resolution by City Council to be sent to the Minister of Transportation and to the region to endorse the full functionality of Highway 405, blah, blah, blah. And there was going to be a meeting at AMO. To be honest with you, I don't know if there was a report back from that, if it was just verbal. Did anything happen?
So we did have a meeting with Minister Mulrooney. Eric Nickel was in the meeting with me, as well as some of his transportation staff, Matt Bilodeau, I believe. And we did have with her and her senior team. And I don't know, maybe Mr. Nickel, did you want to weigh in on that, and anything else you want to add?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, you're right. We did have a great meeting, and staff have since had a follow-up meeting with MTO regional director and her staff. We are aware that the Minister Mulrooney did prepare a response that that was recently just sent to us, and that will be sent around in the correspondence package for a future council meeting. And as a result of our meeting with ministry staff, the minister should be sending another response about their action plan on this matter. So I believe your motion was a great motion that will continue the city's efforts in trying to get this on the radar of the MTO and having the region's support. So I think you'll be seeing a lot of information coming from the MTO, and in turn having our direction sent their way will be a great way to continue this dialogue. And staff in the meantime will work on interim solutions such as signage or other options to try to get this on the region's radar and on the MTO's.
Thank you.
Okay, that's great. Thanks very much, Eric. So if there's no further comment, we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Now, 9.4, NICE, Niagara Integrated Commercial Enterprises. Okay, just before we do, yes, Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, I just want to speak to it.
And then you can make the motion.
So we have some investors coming to the table. They've come to the table on a number of occasions to propose an outdoor cannabis development that I trust would provide a considerable amount of investment dollars into the city, job creation. The list goes on and on and on. They've been patient. They've been patient for sure. We have a control bylaw, interim control bylaw that was in place for a full year. Now we're into year 2. We're 17 months into this interim control bylaw. And I know with COVID, a lot of reports have been delayed. Public input has been delayed, obviously, with gatherings being limited to 50 or 20. But I just feel that if we have investors willing to come into the city, and after 17 months, we simply don't have any protocol, any update to provide to them. And the last report from the previous council meeting that I just looked at says that we'll be entering public consultation in the near future. I don't know what the near future means. I don't foresee public gatherings or public meetings taking place anytime soon, probably not until the new year. And I hate for us to wait that long. I'm not sure exactly what's holding the report up. Is it the public consultation? Is it something else? But I'm hoping that we can expedite the process, get the ball rolling. So maybe through the mayor to Alex, do we have any sort of timeline on when we can reach public consultation? Zoom, we're all using Zoom today. Thundering Waters, we just proved a point that we can obtain resident feedback on certain topics. So if I can throw that over to Alex just for an update on what the holdup is, I guess, or if it is COVID, is there some sort of public consultation that we can enter? And if we can only accommodate 20 or 30 people at a time electronically, maybe we run it into 2 or 3 meetings, but definitely want to get the ball rolling and would hate to see investors like NICE come into the city and just be held back and potentially walk away from a potential investment here in Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, to the councillor. City Council actually directed that we follow up with a Zoom meeting at the last meeting in September. I've been in touch with the consultants. We're trying to set up a Zoom meeting for probably somewhere between the middle of the month and middle of November. Will be a Zoom meeting because that's what I was directed to do. And quite honestly, I can't even begin to measure the amount of or number of people who would want to attend. I have a list of more than 85 names of people who have registered to be notified when this moves to the next stage. If 85 collect, I'm not quite sure how we'd say, well, you 10 can come on this day and you 10 can come on that day. So Zoom would be able to accommodate that. And I've been in touch with our IT department about arranging that. We have yet to select the date and then send out the notice, and that's where we're at on that score.
Is there another process that we can enter into? I know public consultation, but is there a survey that we can promote online, or is there a way that we can reach out to residents and ask the questions through a survey, and maybe that list of 85, if they're getting the answers or if we're receiving the feedback through an online survey, maybe they won't even tend to want to hop on a Zoom call. But I still feel like I'm not getting the answers, and I feel like we're waiting. So maybe I can make a motion that we look into potential survey with questions that staff can come up with to gain responses from the residents. And then if I can put a motion forward that, if we can, and I'm not sure if it's possible, but put a date on the public consultation session of no later than November 14th or 15th with a report back to council on December 8th. I just feel like
I would second that.
I was going to suggest, do you want to ask staff to come back with this? Because the survey, I don't know if Mr. Hurlovich doesn't know right at this moment what the other, I don't know, I don't want to answer for you.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Mayor, to the speaker, yes, the consultants did provide me with a list of questions. I'd actually asked for that in the summer. I did get them probably about a week and a half ago. I did review those. I've sent them back to the consultant. It is our intention to put them on the city's website, so we can accommodate that. I'd be happy to circulate the questions to all of the councils so that they can see what the content is before we even put it on the website. I have no issue with that.
Okay, so did you want to continue on? So you're not sure?
With the motion with survey possible. So
Sir,
we're looking at a
I'll
survey
get you there, just finish.
by November 15th. We'll have that survey up on the website. Is that what I'm getting? Sorry.
What about on the timing, Mr. Hurlovich, what's the timing, your thoughts on the timing that he's suggesting?
Well, I would like to think that the timing that was suggested is timing that is very workable.
So I'll keep my motion on the floor.
Yeah, so you got.
And I
your
seconded it.
Okay, we got a motion, we got seconded. I got Councillor Thompson, then Kerrio.
Well, I don't know whether a survey is worthwhile right now. I've been talking with this nice guy for a year, and he's talking about a development, one development on Mountain Road where the Robertos used to have their vineyards, and they also got the Escarpment Commission to approve a winery there. This is exactly what these people want to do, a $25 million development and 75 jobs. And we haven't even heard anything about the details. If you're going to have a survey, you're going to have people saying, we don't want any cannabis anywhere, and but this is an isolated area, and I think it would be at least our responsibility to find out exactly what the opportunities are, and if this is something that we could isolate out there. Survey, you're going to have people saying, I don't want anything around me. We already know that. That's why we passed the control bylaw. So anyway, I think we should look into this.
Okay, Councillor Kerrio?
Well, I don't know about how the survey, I don't know how a survey will work or not. The firestorm usually only starts when someone says we're doing something in your area. Like there's an email that we just got from Tracy Strasser. Yeah. So the firestorm only starts when you say, okay, it'll start if you say that we want to do this on Mountain Road, and then notify all the people within the surrounding area and all the potential developers that are, I know, working on development in that area, and all the farmers that own property in that area. Let's put it out there to them and just see how many of them show up here and start the firestorm rolling again. Because I thought the idea was for us to come up with something that was livable, where we would accept this and not have as much complication as we can, or not be as complicated as it could be. So I thought it was up to this council and the planning staff to try and decide what stipulations we want to put and where we would like to see this happen. So I don't know if the survey is going to cut it, but I'll go along with it and see. But until you decide that you're going to put it in someone's neighborhood, I'm not sure that they're going to object, or they're going to say, well, we didn't see the survey, now you're proposing it on our area, and now they'll be out here by the droves, because as Councillor Thompson suggests, nobody wants to live next to a major grow operation.
Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. The end result of the interim control bylaw is for council to decide where or which zones they would permit cannabis growing, production, those type of uses. We received one application in the rural area, which, as Councillor Carrio alluded to, started the firestorm. And the next thing you know, we had a couple hundred people down at City Hall saying, please don't do this to us. I can only imagine that that's going to happen for every single application that we get in the rural area. I mean, that's the intent of going through the ICBL, is to decide which zones you want it in. Municipalities now are taking it out of the rural, out of the agricultural zones, and putting it in industrial zones, because those are the areas that it can be grown inside. Smells are common in those areas, and so is fortification. I personally, I mean, aside from the smell, which I find obnoxious, I personally would not want to live beside one of those fortified places where I got to see barbed wire and, you know, lit up like an airport strip the entire time. It's not something that I desire, nor is it something that anyone in the rural community of Niagara Falls desires. We just need to decide what zone we want it to go in. And again, if we just take a page from other municipalities, the industrial zone seems to be the best zone. Now, I've heard talk as well about site-specific, but that's what we have currently in our bylaw. And again, when you have a site-specific zoning, that means that you only deal with it once someone makes an application. And the whole problem of starting the firestorm that Councillor Carrio talked about is just going to continue happening and happening and happening if we do site-specific zoning. If we allow people to make those applications in the rural areas, every single time you're going to get hundreds of people come to this council chambers and complain about it. You know, I know Councillor Carrio mentioned some of the places already out by Mountain Road. Don't forget on the other side of the highway where the wind blows, we have the trailer park that we represent. And there's got to be at least a couple hundred of them there. There's going to be people affected no matter where you put it. But municipalities have found that the industrial zones now are the best. And I mean, at the end of the ICBL, it's up to this council to decide which zones we want it in. I just hope that that's where we place it.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dabrowski.
So I guess what I'm hearing is that for a year, we've discussed trying to gain public input, but at the end of the day, Councillor Carrio's mentioning that we don't necessarily have to go to the public to make our decision. We're waiting for a report back. The stalling or the waiting that I'm hearing from staff for the report back is through public consultation. So if we already have our mind set on where we want to grow cannabis, and if it's not agricultural zones, it's industrial, I'm not so sure we need to go to the public for input. I'm always a strong advocate, and I've heard it around the council chambers, but in the past, that we want to go to the residents and we want to hear their feedback. And the survey was basically just an idea to kind of expedite the process, so we didn't have to wait and listen to 85 people. If through a survey we can get their feedback. But I feel like we're still going in circles. I just want to get the process moving, and if it's not public output or input that we're looking for, let's get a staff report back at the next council meeting regarding industrial zones, what other municipalities are doing, and let's get a vote on this and let's get moving.
Okay, I've got Councillor Lococo, then Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm thinking about site-specific compared to which zones. If you took an industrial zone, there's some industrial zones that are closer to neighborhoods than a rural area would be. I don't know if that's the thing to do. I understand where Councillor Peter Angelo is going about moving it out of the agricultural into industrial. I do understand that, but agricultural is agricultural. I understand that too, so I'm trying to go between the two. But there are some industrial zones that are right in the middle of our city. So if we say industrial zone, like look at Thorlstone Road, there's some industrial there. Are we going to plop something right in the middle of there and then have the same issues? I need more information, and I really want to move forward with that, the public hearing, and move forward with it and not wait a whole year, because we are missing opportunities of entrepreneurs coming here, and I think we're holding up and tying up a lot of residents so they know what's going on. I want to make sure that there's different regulations put in place so there is no odor, that when the filters need to be changed, the lighting, the security, like we need to look at all of that and make our decision there. I just feel like we're stalling and we need to move forward.
Okay. To that point, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, just to that point, Your Worship, the councillor does bring up a good point in the sense that there are industrial areas that are close to residential. All other municipalities are not doing it in light industrial areas, which are the industrial areas that are close to housing. They also have setbacks in there as well. So the zones that they've been choosing are GI and HI, which is general industrial, and heavy industrial, where those type of uses are more entrenched inside of a large industrial area. So just to the councillor's point, because I know that there's a lot of industrial or a lot of light industrial areas that are around housing, but it wouldn't be allowed in light industrial.
Okay. Just before I go to Councillor Strange, I've got our CAO wanted to weigh into this as well. Yes, Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I want to indicate is last meeting, Council approved the extension of the interim control bylaw. Mr. Hurlovich has indicated that we are now in the process of our public consultation and that we can do that by Zoom and also by an online survey. The quicker we get that done and get the consultant's report finished and get it back to you with recommendations before Council, this follows the same process as any other zoning bylaw amendment where you're going to have to do a public meeting regardless. So the quicker we can get through the process as outlined by Councillor Dabrowski and get the public input, get the report finalized, get that before you. If a group like NICE is not happy with those recommendations, they can voice their concerns at the evening when that report is being presented. They can also appeal that bylaw if they so desire. The quickest way for them to do that would be to follow the process that we're on now and not be looking at sort of one-off development proposals at this time. The quickest road to the finish line is to get the consultant's report back in front of you as soon as we can.
Thank you for that. And we got thumbs up from Mr. Hurlovich as well. So I've got Councillor Strange and then Dabrowski.
Yeah,
And
Mr.
then let's try to put this one to bed.
Yeah. Well, I think a couple of years ago, I think when we legalized cannabis in Canada, I don't think they put enough kind of restrictions, and they grouped it with agriculture. So, you know, it was like growing lettuce or tomato. Like right now, currently, anyone can grow 4 plants in their backyard. So, and you look at, and what I might want to get Mr. Ludstick's view on it, you have people who have medical marijuana license, and they're allowed to grow. I have a buddy that he can grow 96 plants in his basement. And they're also, they can grow up to 196 plants outside. So is there any restrictions legally if we stop someone who had their license from Health Canada and wanted to grow something the size of 196 plants in Niagara Falls and they have a license? Are we able to say, no, you're not allowed to do that in Niagara Falls because of the new bylaw that we're doing
So
legally?
Mr. Hurlovich or Lustig, whoever wants to wrestle this one first. You're muted, Ed. Okay, you're both muted. I don't know. Don't argue. Just one at a time.
So the question is, if someone is growing, if someone's growing them in their basement for their personal use and they have a license for that, I suppose they, I'm not sure whether that is actually contrary to zoning. However, if they wish to occupy an old industrial building like, say, Ohio Brass, and grow their 96 plants in there, and they can grow for a friend 96 plants, and they have another friend who can grow 96 plants, and they can grow for a friend for 96 plants. Well, you can see where it, you know, and it's not, I haven't made this up in actual fact. In fact, I think they are approved for 400 plants per person. So we have probably like 1,200 plants. Should they be growing? Council's position is we don't allow the growing of cannabis in any zone. And we're going to study it and determine which zone it should be in. So technically, should we be running out and closing all of those places down? Probably.
Ed, did you want to jump in on this too?
No, I have nothing to add.
Okay, I got to finish up over here. Who hadn't spoke yet? Was it?
I'm good.
Okay, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think another issue which is very important is that I personally feel these should be done inside. There should be no outdoor marijuana growing allowed. It should be indoors. And once it's indoors, the rules and regulations from the Government of Canada, Department of Health, I think it is, it's really unbelievably difficult. It takes a couple of years to get a license to grow. So I think the problem is most cases, these are outdoor grow ops, and that's where all the smell's coming from. 'Cause if it's all indoors, you can take care of that.
Okay, so I've got Councillor Lococo, and then let's do the motion, and let's finish up with this one, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to Councillor Campbell's point, I think Pelham, that's an indoor grow op, is it not? It's not
Pelham is.
outdoor, yes. And they're having major concerns with the odors because from the research that I did and what people told me was if you do not change the filters when you're supposed to, I don't know how often, but they're very expensive and a lot of growers will not change them, and then that's when the smell comes out. So if you have in place certain guidelines, even though there's federal guidelines about what they do, sometimes they don't do them. So if you put in guidelines when your filters need to be changed, what will happen if you don't change your filters, I don't know the correct term, there's like decibels for sound, is there a measurement for an odor? So, you know, there's things that you can do, but it is an indoor and they have difficulties there as well.
Yeah, okay, so bring us around, and let's hear your, let's hear the motion.
Great opinions, and I think we all have our opinions on the matter, and I think we've had them for a year and a half. From what I've heard, remember what I'm hearing previously, nothing's changed, but I want to get a decision made, so I think the motion I'll put forward, I think Councillor Ioannoni seconded it, but I'll leave that on the floor, and we'll go from there.
So that's survey and public meeting by November?
November 15th is our next council meeting. And then once we have that report.
We have another one in October.
Or sorry, December 8th is the council. I'm hoping for public input by November 15th, and then we can make a decision on December 8th. That would be the goal.
If you make the motion, I'll put it on that.
I'd rather have public input.
Well,
just
we
to,
commissioned a report as well. We have to see that report.
Okay. So, Mr. Clerk and Mr. Hurlovich, did that motion make sense to you, and do you have any comment on it?
It makes sense to me, so I will talk to the consultants tomorrow. We will get the survey online as soon as possible after that. We'll arrange the Zoom meeting to occur on or before November the 14th, and we'll report back to council on December the 8th. I believe that's the instructions.
Is that right? Yep. Okay, you got a thumbs up over here. That's great. Thank you for that. So we've got a motion by Councillor Dabrowski, seconded by Councillor Ioannoni. If there's no further discussion at this point, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. That didn't take long. Okay, moving along. No, it's okay. 9.5, thank you from the Downtown BIA. Motion by Councillor Lococo. Conflict? Okay. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to receive and file, seconded by Councillor. It's a thank you letter from the Downtown BIA. Okay, Councillor Campbell, all those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Township of Wollaston with a Municipal Elections Act, the recommendation for the information of.
Receive and file.
Motion by Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Pietrangelo that we receive and file. All those in favor? It's approved, thank you. Zoning bylaw amendment, Lions Creek Road. So we've got a letter here, and this was an addition. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was the councillor that brought the survey in, so I do apologize if I wasn't following proper protocol. I was really the delivery person. She didn't know how to get it here, and I just brought it in, so I apologize if I wasn't following protocol.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Thompson.
Do we not have somebody zooming in on this?
Oh, we do. I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
Yeah. This is, without exception, the worst situation I've ever seen at a council meeting in 50 years. I tell you, I want to hear this, and I think we have to make some changes in our bylaw about somebody bringing in a petition without even looking at it, and having a petition that has nothing to do with the recommended by the staff, the planning people, and it didn't even have the right application. Wow, I want to hear this.
So who do we have?
Through you, Your Worship, we do have some correspondence here, a letter from Nancy Smith of Turkster Maza Law, and that's on behalf of the applicants under the zoning bylaw amendment application for 4210 Lions Creek Road, and she is available online to speak to that matter.
Okay, so is she unmuted?
Good evening.
Ms. Smith? Oh, hi, good. We hear you. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you very much. And thank you to members of council for hearing my submissions on my letter. I don't propose to read it to you. I do trust that you have read it.
Yes.
The matter I expect is fresh in your minds. My client is Go to Niagara Falls Chippewa Inc. And you performed your Planning Act function in relation to their application for a zoning bylaw amendment on September the 20th. And you followed the Planning Act process as you should in performing your decision-making function. You listened to a staff report recommending approval, and you denied the application, which is your right. It is not your obligation to accept the recommendation of staff. However, there's a problem. And the problem is what you relied on in exercising your function. And the problem is the petition. Now, in the usual course, I'm an LPAT lawyer. I am retained by clients to assist them with their development proposals and packaging them for decisions before municipal councils. And when municipal councils decide not to approve, I exercise the path of appeal. That's what I do. And when I'm retained by clients like GoTo, I have never, frankly, in 25 years, made submissions to council after the decision. And the reason I've never done that is that my client's remedy is through the LPAT. But this case is different. Yeah. This case is different because of the petition. And that's why I've written a letter to you, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak to that letter. The councillor has apologized for the flawed process, but it remains that the introduction of that petition did follow a flawed process. Probably the most problematic issue with the petition is that it opposed a prior proposal. As you know, there were 3 iterations of my client's development proposal that made its way through discussion with staff and the public process. The petition did not address the proposal that was before you on September the 20th. That is very serious. The elected official who introduced the proposal made a number of statements. She told you that there were 1,668 signatures. There weren't. She told you that it was signed by residents. Yes, there were some residents, but there were people signing from London, Ontario. There were people signing from Surrey, BC. There were people signing from Illinois and Michigan. That's a problem. There were signatures on multiple signatures, the same signatures on different pages. There were addresses and names with no signatures, and sometimes there were two names with one signature. From a legal perspective, municipal decision-making must be fueled by facts, and that's, in legal parlance, good faith decision-making. I'm now sharing with you that there was misleading information in that petition. I've given you the legal framework in my letter about good faith decision-making, and you see that referenced in the divisional court case of Winton in North York. That is the seminal case on good faith versus bad faith decision-making. You now know that the petition was flawed, and I'll get to possible remedies in a minute. But the challenge for my client is that my only legal remedy procedurally is an appeal to the LPAT because of your decision based on that petition. And we will be filing that appeal within the statutory time frame. That will cause, given present delays at LPAT, I will not get a hearing following all procedures probably for at least a year. The last hearing I scheduled was scheduled for next November. Those delays are significant and they are costly. And in the circumstances of this case, my client will look to this council, this municipality, to address those damages. And I want to also add, even when we get to LPAT, even when we get to a hearing, petitions are not land use planning grounds. Petitions are an expression of the electorate. They can fuel political decisions, but a Planning Act decision on a Planning Act application is not a political decision. And the Winton case, the divisional court has made it very clear, and the LPAT has made it very clear, that it will give a petition no weight in land use planning decisions, and it shouldn't. Because planning decisions are not made by vote, they are made on professional land use planning grounds. And in this case, you have the professional support of my team, and you have the professional support of your professional team. So my ask this evening is simply to ask you as a collective to reevaluate your decision in these circumstances. They are very unique, given your reliance on the petition. Your options are to reevaluate and perhaps support the proposal in these circumstances, because what that will do in perhaps curing the flaws, that would potentially lead to a settlement hearing with the municipality before the LPAT. And my timing to get a settlement hearing scheduled would be quicker than for a contested hearing post-November 2021. And in those circumstances, the delay and the costs associated with the delay to my client could be mitigated. Again, I thank you for your time, and that is all I had intended to say to you this evening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Smith. Do we have any questions of Ms. Smith first?
It was very clear.
Very clear, okay. Councillor Pietrangelo, and then Thompson, and then Lococo.
Yeah, Your Worship, I don't really have any questions of Ms. Smith, but I would like to say that apology has already been given. That apology needs to be accepted. So apology accepted first off. And the other point that I wanted to make is we heard from Ms. Smith as though this council entirely relied on the petition that was brought in. Of all the comments that were made around this table, I don't think one person referenced the petition. Most of us felt as though the character of the building was out of place for Chippewa, and that was the reason why. So we did use a planning argument in our decision, and it had nothing to do with the petition. So I appreciate what Ms. Smith is saying, in the sense that the petition that was brought here was incorrect and shouldn't have been used as part of the process. I accept that, but it wasn't the reason why the application was turned down, Your Worship. I wanted to make that point clear.
Thank you for that. Councillor Thompson, and then Strange?
Yeah.
Oh, and then Lococo, then
Well,
Strange.
first of all, I don't know where you're coming from. I talked to 5 people before, and they were all in favor of it. And I knew the recommendation from the planning staff was going to be supportive, because I had meetings with the staff, and they went from 6 stories in townhouses to 2 4 stories, and then 1 4 stories. None of that was addressed in the petition, and everybody I was confident it was going to be approved. And to suggest it's not the place in Chippewa, what a joke. There used to be a gas station on the corner. They tore it down. Now there's French fry wagon. There's trailers in there every week selling other residential properties. And it's been there for probably 20 some odd years with signs on it about development. So anybody who was concerned about that and didn't like it, they had 20 years to move out and not be subjected to that. But this whole, I'm sure, this whole situation was affected by a petition being handed in, said 600, 1,600, and everybody thought, what the hell, I'm not going to do that in Chippewa. And it was really a disastrous situation, and it went from a planning issue to a political issue. Now, I know they're going to LPAT, but I think probably the best thing to do would be to make sure LPAT knows what has happened here. You know, I tried to make a motion and it wasn't seconded, simply because of that happening, the petition. And how do we prevent this from happening again?
Well, are you asking a question of staff on a policy for petitions? Is that what you're asking?
Well, yes, yeah.
So
That
Mr.
should go to the clerk, and the clerk should make sure the council. I came down the next morning and looked at it, and it took me 2 minutes. Even the dates of each signature that was there are a couple of months before, and had nothing to do with this application that was there. So how do we overcome this? I think we have to make sure that it doesn't happen again. I think we have to notify LPAT of the petition and how it was at the end of the meeting, and just turned everybody off. A political decision was made, and the staff did a great job on working with these people to make it all happen and come together. So
let's get an answer then on that one part then, Mr. Clerk, regarding policy.
I want to ask a question about what's her name? Turkstra?
Smith? Ms. Smith?
Nancy?
Yeah, who are we talking to here?
That's Nancy Smith.
Nancy Smith, yeah. You're talking about the financial implications about the going to LPAT, the delay of the time, and I think you would have gone to LPAT anyway, because there were enough people who were at the meeting, Zooming, that would probably try to take it to LPAT. So you're talking about financial concerns, and how do you overcome this?
So I guess question to you, Ms. Smith, from Councillor Thompson, about how you overcome this.
I think I'm still, am I still on mute?
No, we hear you.
Oh, pardon me. Thank you very much. The only way to overcome any delay damages associated with appeal is to get a speedier hearing. So we will certainly be trying to do that. And as I say in my letter, settlement hearings we can get, they don't take as long, so that we can get a quicker hearing date if it is a settlement. There are also remedies in the courts for damages associated with municipal decisions that are based on bad faith. The argument in this case would be, now that I've brought the impropriety to your attention and the decision has remained the same, then the argument would be that constitutes a decision made in bad faith and damages should flow.
Okay, I don't have anything else to say right now. I'd like to hear what other people have to say on the council.
Okay, just before I go to Councillor Lococo and Strange, Mr. Clerk, currently, what's the status? Do we have a current policy on petitions, and what's our options going forward?
We don't currently have a policy or procedure on petitions and how they're submitted. I would welcome a motion of council to go ahead and have staff prepare or establish those types of procedures. I think that's a good idea. I have looked at what other municipalities do. I've looked at a few examples. In some cases, they do exist in other municipalities, whereby there's a process on their webpage where a petition template may exist, for example. What's interesting to note is I haven't found a process by which the timing is mentioned in how a petition is given. And I think that's due to the fact that it's just naturally understood that, in order for something to be on the agenda, it goes through the clerk's office. And in this case, there was never any contact with me prior to the meeting for this petition submission. But just to go back on my earlier comment, I would welcome a motion by council to go ahead and establish procedures for implementing petitions being submitted to council.
Okay, Councillor Carrio on this?
Well, yes, absolutely, Your Worship. After having listened to the solicitor, I'd like to ask our solicitor if we should be continuing this conversation in this session, or if we should be proceeding to an in-camera session because there was litigation mentioned. I want to know whether or not we should be talking about this now in camera or out in the open here.
So question for you, Mr. Lustig.
Sure, thank you. So I think that Councillor Carrio is referring to the suggestion by Ms. Smith that the city could be liable for some damages if it didn't change its position. And obviously, that's something that would have to be established in court. And obviously, we're not going to do anything or say anything that says that we're responsible for those damages or that we acted in bad faith. And any discussion of that would be properly taken up in camera. It's noted that two councillors have spoken about their own point of view, both of whom participated in the discussion. Councillor Peter Angelo essentially said that his decision had, that the petition had no bearing on his decision. And Councillor Thompson suggested that there would have been an appeal if the decision had gone the other way. So I just make those two comments because I think they should be kept in mind. But if we're going to talk about municipal liability, then it ought to be discussed in camera.
I think we should do that.
So yes. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, can I speak?
Well, yes, as long as we don't go into the specific details of this.
No, I just want to state the same thing that Councillor Peter Angelo stated. My decision had nothing based on the petition. Council didn't even actually look at the petition. It was handed in to the clerk. My decision was also made on planning matters. So to infer that other people can decide what we were thinking when we made that decision is asinine, because my decision had zero to do with that petition. But I did hear from a lot of our local residents and a lot of Chippewa residents who spoke to us about their concerns in regards to sewer, water, traffic, too high, too dense, all of those things. And I just want to make it clear, that's what went into my decision on how I voted. The petition had nothing to do with how I voted.
Yeah. So the question is,
I'm not here to go in camera, so I wanted to make that clear.
Yep, I understand. So is there advice, do we need to get specific advice from our solicitor at this point? Is there something you specifically want to ask our solicitor to go in camera? How about in the meantime, could we get at least a motion to ask the clerk to come back with, Councillor Carey, you were starting on that, to get a policy and procedure going forward for petitions, dealing with petitions in the future?
No.
No?
Yeah, sure, Your Worship. I mean, that's easy.
Yeah, that's
just that it be handed in.
Absolutely.
Okay, so motion by Councillor Peter Angelo, second by Councillor Carrio, that the clerk come back and create a policy for petitions on process.
You know what, Your Worship, it shouldn't just be for petitions. I'm sorry, I speak. It shouldn't just be for.
Is your microphone on? Okay, thank you.
It shouldn't just be for petitions, really. It should be for anything that's presented to council.
Okay.
I mean, if you're going to present information to council, including a petition, it should be given to the clerk ahead of time,
right,
so that it can be distributed properly and everyone has enough time to look at it.
Right.
So it's not just a petition, it's
Yeah.
really any information.
That's a great point, because we got a lot of emails today too, last minute, right?
Right.
It's not reasonable to expect us to be able to digest it. So we have the motion. Did you want to speak to the motion, Councillor?
I'll second the motion.
Oh, we already got it seconded.
And then I'd like to speak, I didn't have my hand up.
To the motion? Because I'm going to come back to the original discussion. Yeah. Okay, so on this, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, Mr. Clerk. And then back to the original discussion. So I've got Councillor Lococo and Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Smith, for your presentation. I do understand your concerns. I do agree with Councillor Thompson that we should put something in place, which we just did, so it didn't happen again. And I do agree with Councillor Iannoni and Councillor Peter Angelo that in my decision-making, it wasn't just the petition. And just for clarification, our resident who was on the Zoom meeting, she introduced the petition and stated the number of signatures. and then delivered it to me that day because she didn't know how to proceed. So I just mimicked what she said, the number of petitions, and I'm sorry if that was not accurate, if I should have gone through it and I handed it to the clerk. So my apologies there, but I know my decision was not based on the petition alone, and I would like processes to move forward.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Strange?
I'm good. I'll wait for the in-camera.
You're good? Okay. So is there anything that we want to go in camera on? Councillor Pietrangelo saying no, so I just need some feedback. If there's any other. So I guess the question is, here's what it comes down to. Ms. Smith is asking if we want to change our position. I think, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Ms. Smith, but is that what you're essentially asking us? If we want to change our position as a council, so it allows you to perhaps move to a settlement hearing rather than a contested hearing?
That is the ask. The ask is simply to cap the exposure time of delay, because as I said, I can get a quicker settlement hearing than I can a contested hearing. What will happen is after we file the appeal, the municipality has its obligations to forward the record to the LPAT, and a case management conference will be convened, and there's a bunch of rules for that. One of those rules is that we have to settle on an issues list. So if in advance of the settling of that issues list for the CMC, if this council chooses to revisit its decision, given what happened, that would be the time to do it. And you would give appropriate instructions to the legal counsel representing the municipality at that case management conference to outline your position then. So this does not have to happen tonight, but my ask is that you reevaluate given the circumstances and instruct your legal counsel at the first CMC to take a different position on the proposal that was presented to you.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, of course, Mr. Lustig.
Sorry, Councillor Iannone, if you permit me, I'll speak first.
Go ahead.
Okay, so recently, Council is aware of another application on Portage Road, where the City Council decided, contrary to the recommendation of the Planning Department, to refuse or turn down an application for rezoning, and it may have been an official plan amendment as well. And an appeal was taken, and the parties to the appeal before LPAT were the appellant developer who had been unsuccessful before the council, and the city, because the city had turned down the application. And along the line, the respondent, or I should say the appellant's solicitor, contacted the lawyer acting for the city. It wasn't me, it was an outside lawyer. And the lawyer brought a settlement proposal before the council. It was dealt with as is normal in camera, and ultimately instructions were given after consideration by the council of the settlement offer. Directions were given to council to proceed to a settlement hearing, which has recently been concluded. And at the time that council considered the matter in camera, a question was raised about whether that discussion or discussion about the settlement could be in the open council as well. And the answer was that it could be. But in any event, the council decided to proceed with instructions to council for the city, and a settlement was reached. The participants to the hearing, who were people who had been opposed to the application, were invited by LPAT to make submissions, written submissions to LPAT. As it happened, they didn't make submissions. The LPAT tribunal, or the LPAT member, received affidavit information or evidence from a planner, and ultimately made a decision that was in keeping with the settlement that was agreed to. So I think that at this stage, make a decision that essentially directs whoever the lawyer who's going to act for the city in this case to essentially be supportive of that, of the position of the developer in this case, is premature. You would want to look at the settlement in camera, you'd want to consider it, and you'd also want to turn your mind to whether or not you want the public to be aware of what that settlement proposal was about and what you were intending to do. And so to simply go along with what's being suggested and instruct council to essentially tell the tribunal at CMCC that the city no longer holds the same position tonight, to do that tonight, I think is very premature.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Iononi, did you want to say something? And then I've got Councillor Thompson.
I just want to say I'm very uncomfortable just listening to her comments when she talks about the list of things that they thought we've done wrong or might not have considered. She talked, and I heard her speak about in all her years between going to the LPAT, this is the first time she's had to revisit it to a council like this. And I can honestly say, I don't remember ever having this type of presentation come back to council like this before. And I have two of the former CAO, former CAO and the current CAO sitting there. And I don't know if you could remember us having to deal with something like this in open council. I don't remember it. Okay. So to insinuate that our decision was wrong, admit it's wrong basically, and go to a hearing, I'm just uncomfortable with the whole conversation. We duly voted based on the information before us, and they don't like it, and now we want an end run to a hearing? Like, that's what I'm getting. You guys made a mistake, now fix it. I don't really think we made a mistake. I think we voted on the issues, but I don't remember this ever, anything ever like this coming to us before. So if the two CAOs remember that, please pipe in. Maybe it's just my memory.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, I think our best thing to do right now is refer this to our staff and our solicitor and make contact with LPAT and whatever and report back to us what we should be doing to protect the municipality. And I think that's the best thing right now. You're talking about Iononi with the information about the flooding and the problems. Eric Nickel wrote a 3-page report. It's to let everybody know that had nothing to do with that in Chippewa. There was nothing on the region and the city regarding the traffic, and everything was done through the planning department. But anyway, I'll make a motion, refer it to our staff, and to get a report back to make the right decision.
Okay, motion by, okay, I've got that. Councillor Thompson, that second, did you second that? No? Okay. Do we have a seconder to that motion?
Just to refer it to staff?
Yeah.
And get back to us about what was discussed?
Yes.
That's not what he said.
What's
He
he
directed staff to contact LPAT.
Yeah.
Well, information.
Your worship?
Yeah.
If I could.
Yeah, let me just get clarification on the motion first, Council, so we can deal with it. So
Well, let's
you have a motion.
read it back.
Well, what's for clarification, is the motion just to refer to staff, or are you directing them to do anything specific?
No, we have to have more information.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's fine.
Okay, so that's what the motion is, to refer to staff for information. But no,
Just refer to staff.
yeah,
I'll second the motion.
okay, so we've got the motion seconded. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Well, Your Worship, I am a bit confused because the recommendation on our agenda is for the information of council. Exactly what are we referring to, staff?
Well, I can tell you if you want me to say it in front of the open camera. I know what I'm referring to, staff. I want to know if we're liable. I want to know if there's been
Okay.
accusations made.
Right.
I want to know if we're liable. I want to know in camera what our position is.
Yep.
Exactly.
Okay.
As long as that's what we're referring
Yeah.
to, staff, then I'll vote for it.
Yeah, that's what we're, if that's the
That's what I'm
motion.
going to ask for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so does that sound reasonable, Mr. Lustig?
What I picked up was that you wanted to refer to staff the matter, meaning a report in camera about the potential of damages. And what else was it that you wanted reported on?
It's not my motion, but I refer it to staff, and I'd like to talk about it in camera, not here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, to get a report back in more detail. Okay, so we've got the motion. Everyone understands it. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Counselor, were you for that? Counselor Iononi, I couldn't see your hand. Yes, okay, so that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Okay, moving on to 9.8, Niagara Region Solid Waste Management Bylaw, just for recommendation of receive and file. Motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you. 9.9, Special Occasion Permit for Can Park Resort. Motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councilor Lococo.
I just wanted to bring up, it goes back to my comment earlier this evening about Halloween get-togethers and that sort of thing. If we do the special occasions permit, are there going to be further direction from the province? So if it happens, it's shut down. Is that correct? Even though we give the special occasions permit?
Yeah, well, the special occasions permit is just for liquor. And if the province changes the rules between now and the end of the month, then that'll supersede anything that we do.
Because the first one is the 10th, the 16th, the 17th, 23rd, 24th, 25th. Like, it's not just Halloween, it's multiple times.
Right.
So I just want to make sure that everybody's.
What's that? I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk.
Sorry, just through the chair, this wouldn't be suggesting that council is approving the event or events. It's just to give council's approval to state that they're municipally significant so that they can get their liquor license. They would still have to follow all protocols through the province or through the region.
Thank you.
Okay, so did you second that, Councillor? Yes, okay. Did you want to speak to it, Councillor? No?
There's a second.
Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. 9 point.
Your Worship, can I move the next 6 proclamations?
Yes, you can, and then I'll read real quickly what they are and the dates. Yep.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Campbell, and I'll read them, and then real quickly. So, first off, proclamation request, Child Care Worker and Early Child Educator Appreciation Day, Thursday, October the 22nd. Proclamation and flag raising Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, September 2021.
Mr. Mayor, can I just speak to that quick? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, I was talking to actually Patty Bauer, who they actually did this in St. Catharines on September 1st, which was nice, declaring. They put a nice childhood cancer awareness flag up, and they had, she lost her daughter Miranda a few years back, as you can remember, and they had also other children who have passed and kids who are warriors and beat it and are doing very well, and they put out little flowers out like that. So she's trying to get everyone around the region and hopefully again in the province, and they are actually raising this flag for the whole month of September. And I was just wondering if I could get a motion to buy one of these flags. I think they're like $99 to buy one of these childhood cancer awareness flags.
Okay, so do you want to, I don't know, Councillor Pietrangelo, if you want to include that in your motion on this, that includes a flag for that one? Okay, and the seconder, are you good with the seconder? Yes, Councillor? Okay, great. So that's September 2021, so next year, Childhood Cancer Awareness. 50 years of BIAs in Ontario, so that would declare 2020, the year of the 50th anniversary of the creation of the business improvement area known as BIA. By the way, our downtown is 48 years, I understand. Conflict, by Councillor Lococo, Mr. Clerk, on that one?
I think I was on the board then, 69.
You probably were.
No, I was, yeah.
Also, the proclamation request for Waste Reduction Week, October 19th through 25th of this year in Canada. Proclamation request for Wrongful Conviction Day, October the 2nd of this year. And proclamation request Fire Prevention Week, October 4th through the 10th as Fire Prevention Week of this year. So those are all the proclamations for council to approve. We've got it moved, we've got it seconded, we got a flag in there and a conflict in there. Anything else you guys want to add in there? We're all good. We got some flowers in there. We're good. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. Ratification of in camera, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Your Worship, Council met earlier this afternoon for matters that were stated within the resolution to go in camera. Firstly, there was a motion that Council revoke any previous support for a Ramsar designation for the Niagara River. And secondly, with regards to a prospective land purchase by the city, the Council determined that the purchase of part of 5801 Morrison Street is in the best interest of the city, that the city enter into an agreement of purchase and sale with the Niagara Falls Curling Club for the purchase price of $300,000 plus HST.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Clerk. Looking for a motion for, yes, Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that we ratify the in-camera minutes. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you unanimously. And bylaws, Mr.
First, second, and third.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Thompson, that the bylaws be given a first, second, and third reading. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. And we're into new business. Councillor Pietrangelo, do you have new business?
Me, Your Worship?
You never have new business.
I do have a couple items, Your Worship. The first is just in regards to an article that I believe was in Niagara this week. And originally it was on the in-camera agenda, but then it was suggested that it would be better to bring it up in open council. So, Your Worship, my main reason for bringing it up is to find out just whether or not our code of conduct was broken. I realize that staff should not be the ones to give us this opinion, so I'd like to make a motion that an outside opinion be given to council on whether or not our code of conduct was broken.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that we ask staff to get an opinion on if a code of conduct was broken with the newspaper article. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I have to declare a conflict.
Okay.
Is that appropriate?
Yeah, that's right. It's always up to the individual councillor. Yeah. Yes, did you want to, Councillor Ionone?
I'm trying to get can he make that more clear so that I know whether I do have a conflict or not? Because he's pretty vague there.
She got a conflict.
Councillor Pietrangelo?
You don't tell me my conflict.
No, I don't.
I know my conflict.
Yeah, exactly. I know I don't give you a conflict. So Councillor Pietrangelo, she's asking for more specifics, so she knows if she has a conflict on the...
I think he should be specific on what he's asking public money to be spent on, and whether I have a conflict on it.
Oh, that would be the pot calling the kettle black.
Exactly.
Oh.
Okay,
It's not in camera, so he needs to be clear what he's talking about.
Yeah, so he's looking it up right now as we're waiting for this.
Yeah, Your Worship, everyone was forwarded the article already. So the article would have come in the Niagara this week. I can give you the actual reference number if you want. The title of the article was Her Say Cracking the Old Boys Club at Niagara Falls Council. And I'm sure that Councillor Ionone knows all too well about the article. So.
Okay, Councillor, so that was the article. So I need to understand clearly what's happening here. So Councillor Lococo and I were asked to participate in a series on women in politics and our lived experiences in it. And right now, misogyny is a huge, important social issue. And so Niagara this week decided to do a story and explore that locally. So neither of us named anybody.
Neither of us called anybody names. It's our charter of right to be able to answer questions that are posed to us. And we honestly told our lived experiences in politics. And just discussing, asking whether there are grounds for an investigation on a code of conduct breach is exactly what that article is all about. Basically what you're saying is don't answer a question, because if we don't like your answer, and you clearly didn't, if you're critical about what we said about men in politics, you are going to ask for an investigation in an attempt to silence women who talk about misogyny and sexism in politics. Am I understanding this, Councillor Pietrangelo? And you want public money spent to do that?
I don't know how you want to address that.
I don't have to address it.
Okay, so the question, Councillor, is do you have a conflict? Are you declaring a conflict or not?
No, I don't have a conflict until I know whether there's an investigation.
I'm not asking for an investigation.
Okay, yeah,
That's not
there
what
is.
the motion is.
That's right. There's a motion to have our staff get outside legal opinion on if there is a breach of code of conduct. That's it. And you and Councillor Lococo are in the article, so she's chosen to declare a conflict, and the question was, did you want to or not? That's your call.
No, too late.
Okay, so we'll call the vote then. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Councillor Ioannoni did not vote, and Councillor Coco declared a conflict. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
So my other item, Your Worship, of new business has to do with the Niagara Veterans Memorial Highway and Stanley Avenue. So when you drive by, I believe, once again, I know it's a provincial ministry. I thought it was the MTO that owned that parking lot there. The one, where the weeds kind of look like trees.
Oh, yeah.
They're quite large, actually, right now.
That is the MTO land.
They're quite the specimen, yeah. Your Worship, we really need to get in touch with someone. It's a major cornerstone to entering the city, and it doesn't look that well right now.
Mm-hmm.
So if the MTO has no plans for it, then perhaps we can work with them on having it transferred to the city, so that we can make it sort of a welcome invitation to the city, or at least make it look better than it does right now, because they're not doing anything with it. They're not even upkeeping it right now.
Mm-hmm.
So we really need to reach out to them and see whether or not they're either willing to upkeep it or make it part of our plans.
Okay, so motion from Peter McKay, from Councillor Peter Victorangelo, that we ask the MTO to either maintain their parking lot or consider transferring it to us for $1. I think that's what he meant. A motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you, unanimous. Thank you. Are you all done, Councillor Pietrangelo?
I'm done.
Okay, I've got Councillor Carrier, Councillor Strange, Councillor Dabrowski.
Thank you, Worship. Some time ago, the council had made a decision to help the taxpayers that couldn't pay their taxes. Mm-hmm. And we gave a time period where we waived the penalty and interest. And then during the discussion at our last meeting, it was to be brought back to this council to talk about when we reinstated the penalties and taxes, the rate. Because we had discussed in depth the fact that the city, borrows money at maybe 2%, 1%, whatever we borrow money at. And the business communities have a difficult time right now because of COVID, borrowing money at all. So we thought that we would have a look at the rate. And staff was going to bring it back to us before they reinstated the penalties and interest. It wasn't brought back to us. So I think that I want to bring it forward to this council that we do talk about or make a change in the rate from what the city charges is 1.5% per month, which is 15%, down to something more reasonable for the remainder of this year. What was discussed at the meeting, 6% or 0.5% per month until the end of this year, and have staff come back to us before the end of the year to discuss whether or not we are going to do anything in the future. They'll give us a report on the cost, what it's going to cost us, what they rely on as far as the money they collect on unpaid taxes at the current rate and at this rate that we discussed that the council would possibly consider. So at this time, I just make the motion that we don't charge the 15%, we charge 6%, which is 0.5% per month for the remainder of the year, and that staff come back to us before the year's out with a report on what we do going forward.
Okay, got that. So a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Thompson, that we... what did I say? I'm sorry. I just, I can't, sorry, I keep looking at you. Motion by Councillor Carrio, second by Councillor Thompson, that the city change its late tax rate to go from 1.5 per month, which is 15%, to 0.5 per month, which is 6%, until the end of the year, and before the end of the year, that staff come back with a staff report with recommendations on going forward.
And that was just what this council had discussed.
Yeah.
And we didn't have the opportunity to put it in place because it didn't.
And that's for late taxes, that's going forward, that's from.
It's just for
since
taxes.
COVID, right?
It's from, till the end of December.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Clerk.
For you, can I get some clarification? Are you talking about penalty only, so only the 2020 outstanding taxes?
I think that's what we're talking
Yes,
about.
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So
and
so if
just
someone was in arrears before, it doesn't, it's just now.
Now, from
I
COVID.
agree.
Yeah.
Right?
And just a correction for your motion, it's currently 1.25%.
1.25, going down to 5.
Right. 1.25
0.5.
to 0.5.
Yeah, so 15% to 6.
You can go to 5, but that wouldn't be too big.
I would have gone lower, but our city finance person was crying on the phone when I talked about going.
Okay, so we've got that. Is there any other feedback from you, Ms. Clark? We're good? That's good?
If that's the motion you'd like to make.
Okay, we've got the motion, seconded, clarified.
Bring it back before the end of the year.
Yeah, and that it comes back before the end of the year. We'll make a note of that, please. Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that one. Okay, so you're done, Councillor Carriel?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Strange and then Dabrowski.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I think all of council received the email today from Sharon Stewart. She's the Niagara Olympic Club track team coach locally. And I guess she was planning a provincial cross-country event at the Fireman's Park in November. And they've been following all along the guidelines of Athletics Canada and Athletics Ontario, as well as the provincial government. When they approached, I guess, to try to get this event, I don't know if it was the EOC that voted it down. It's just of essence that they've been following all the protocols and they've already had 2 or 3 provincial meets in different areas from different clubs doing the same thing, and they're actually spacing. Usually it takes place one day, but they spaced over 2 days now to make sure they're separated. It brings actually people into Niagara. They stay at our hotels. I was just wondering if I might be able to get some answers or if we can review this, because she says time is of essence. It's November 14th and 15th. And she says if the provincial order comes down before then that they're not allowed to have the event, then they won't do it. But you can see in local or Gale Center when the hockey teams are playing together, I don't see what the difference is when they have 6 runners and they're separated and it's these kids have been training hard, and to take this meet away means a lot to them, and get them out and exercising, and obviously mental health as well. So I don't know if we can have a relook at this if it was from the EOC that.
Well, why don't we ask our CAO if he could weigh in? Ken?
Well, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I could start, and then perhaps if the chief wants to jump in, or Ms. Moldenhauer, but we did have a discussion at the EOC. I think our main concerns were these are a lot of out-of-town registrants that my understanding is it's really not a school board sanctioned event. It's something that we were not sure that numbers could be controlled. It is our property, so we have some liability with respect to it. When we took all of those factors into consideration, the EOC felt It was better for us to pass on this simply because we did not want to provide exposure to the municipality.
Chief, did you want to add into that?
Mayor, through you to Councillor Strange. So during our deliberation, obviously we had lots of discussions around this, and there's a lot of stuff to kind of take in. Liability was definitely number one. The fact that the Ford government has just announced that for Thanksgiving now that you're supposed to stay within your own bubble of your own house and not even go visit family. And then we're going to enter into inviting people across Ontario to Niagara Falls and expose more people back and forth and spread it. I have genuine concerns as the CEMC of the city from a liability perspective, as well as what we're trying to portray. I mean, we're trying to get a hold of this COVID-19 and stop it, and by doing such an event, we're just going totally against what the Premier and what the government's trying to tell us. I just think it's a wrong thing to do.
I understand that, but when they've already had 2 or 3 meets in the past couple months, you know what, and she never verified everything that you're saying in that, but maybe we can give her the proper answer back. I know she wants to put this meet on, and there'd be a lot of disappointed kids, and especially if the province have already approved 2 other meets that just have gone by in the last couple months. I know the cases are getting worse, and I understand that, but maybe we can get some collaboration, some communication with Mrs. Stewart about this, and maybe just a proper response to her in exactly what the chief said as well.
So Chief and CAO, is it possible that maybe you guys can just coordinate a call with, what's her name, Miss?
Sharon Stewart. That would be great.
Sharon Stewart, and then maybe have that, just a little dialogue and have that discussion with her?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We will have that call tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
I just got another one. In the last 11 months, we lost 2 very, I'm going to try to hold together, 2 very big inspirations in Niagara Falls. The first one was Alex Louie. And what a kid he was. He loved, and we heard his story, he loved the Washington Capitals, loved Alex Ovechkin. They had the hometown hockey event down here where he was with Ron McLean, and they streamed Ovechkin in, and Ovechkin said, you know what, we're going to get you down to, the next time we play the Leafs, we're going to get you down, and I'm going to score a goal for you. Well, they brought him down, and he didn't score a goal. He scored a hat trick, and that was kind of midway through the season. Ovechkin wasn't have the best year, and he's been trying to get the Stanley Cup for almost, I think, 18 years up till then. Well, in the end, he brought him back to another game, scored a goal for him, and in the end, he inspired Ovechkin to win the Stanley Cup, to become MVP. They brought him and his family down to Washington for the Stanley Cup parade. Just amazing kid. And we just recently had a tree event for him, and actually Tiffany Clark was our MC. She did a great job. And, you know, it's awesome what we did. I just don't think it's enough. This kid inspired, and I think they inspired each other. And, you know, there was a documentary or a hockey night in Canada kind of a moment where it was about 3 or 4 minutes of the time together and the song, the way he scored, and him and the fans. I think that would be perfect if we can honor Alex somewhere in the Gale Center where someone comes in and they have a little piece of TV there, and it's just, you push the button, the video comes up. I can't think of more inspiration than that. A kid going to play hockey, and then he has to push that button, he's kind of, you know, and then he sees that, and what happened? That would inspire him to score a hat trick at the Gale Center. I think it's something that he deserves, and I think this will be one of those 30 for 30s coming up, or somebody's going to do a documentary on Alex, because the 2 Alexes was just an unbelievable story. It's one of those Cinderella stories where you hear about years ago with the Babe Ruth when he's, you know, hit a home run for me and he hits 3, that type of thing. So it's something, he was so loved around here, and he inspired everybody, and you know, to pass away, I don't want to lose his story, because his story is so important. The other one is Julianne Misk. And when I was at Alex's funeral, I was beside Julianne Misk, and she was in tears over Alex. And Julianne had her own story, and she fought ever since she was a kid. You know what I mean? She was different, but when she got to grade 9, she joined the cross country team under Councillor Peter Angelo, and 5 years in a row she won OFSA gold medal, which is unheard of in the para division. Then she gets the news that she has cancer, osteosarcoma, the same cancer that took Alex Louis. And she has a piece of her bone in her leg taken out, just, you know, when she's a great runner, and then you do that to her. Well, doesn't she go out while she's on chemo and has missing a piece of bone in her leg, and she wins silver that year at the provincial championships? It's unreal, and the stuff that she has done, you know, raising tons of money, cancer. She did the Ride to Conquer Cancer from Toronto to Niagara Falls. Even this year, they raised funds for Terry Fox, which was the most in all Ontario. They raised the most money in honor of Julianne. She was one of our Heaters heroes, as well as Alex Louis, and there's something that I think we need to do for Julianne as well. You know, she was our man a mile anchor every year, and she came to Oaks Park, and she ran her heart out, just full of inspiration. And these are two kids that you'll never hear a story like that ever. So I don't think we're setting a precedent or something like that by doing something like this. So I'd like to collaborate, you know, in something like this. Maybe you could put at Oaks Park, a little plaque, something maybe, you know, for the Ride to Conquer Cancer, or something that is going to bring out the best of, and her story of Julianne Misk. So maybe I'd like to make a motion that we collaborate with maybe their family and see the best ways that we could honor both these huge inspirations. I'd like to make that motion.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. Motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. Yeah, that we collaborate between the Louis and Misk families to do something special for both of their kids. Councillor Pietrangelo, you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I can't let it go by without speaking, Your Worship. I'll be very brief, though. Both these young individuals were very inspiring. They had an impact that was very far-reaching for the short time that they were here with us. So it is very appropriate to be able to tell their story and to be able to tell their story in the future so that other people, Your Worship, who might face the same challenges can be inspired by them. So.
That's awesome. You're right. Great kids, great families. So we'll call that vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Councillor Dabrowski.
Great story. Nice motion. Yes. Nice second. Our city, flu season's approaching, for anyone that doesn't know. Not that we've been dealing with COVID, but our city's a supporter of an upcoming public health sponsored drive-through flu vaccination site. Starting to get the gibbles from the mayor, I think. Through October and November, I believe there's 8 dates that it's taking place at the Gale Center. And I think we're involved as a city, as a supporter, obviously, through donating the Gale Center, I believe. But I thought we can get involved even further through Niagara Falls Transit. Transportation always remains a barrier whenever seniors, people within our community are looking to get services. So I thought maybe we could offer free transit bus rides on the vaccination days. I don't have the dates in front of me. I know it's dates in October and November. Of course, the bus rides would all be COVID friendly, but I think it would alleviate the burden on pharmacies. A lot of people go to get the flu shots. I know a lot of physicians at this time with COVID aren't necessarily taking appointments. They're not open, so I think it would alleviate some burden on the physicians, on the pharmacies, and it would help our seniors get the flu shot. And get the protection that they need throughout the flu season. So if I could put that motion forward, perfect.
Okay.
And I don't know if I sit on the Seniors Advisory Committee, and I know we have a meeting tomorrow, so look forward to updating that committee. But if you want to speak to it, Councillor Campbell, go ahead.
I think it's a great idea, Chris. I appreciate it. Plus, it's going to give us more information with respect to our previous free transportation for seniors and give us further numbers and such and how much it's going to be used. So I hope we get that motion passed.
Okay, so we've got that motion. Everyone understands it for the free buses for seniors going to get their flu shots.
Only on those specific days.
Yeah, on those dates, which we'll confirm.
Yeah. October 17th.
Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. And
one more.
Yeah.
Halloween's around the corner. I know Councillor Lococo's alluded to it a few times. The marketer in me and the promoter in me is always spinning my wheels, and I know at the last meeting I spoke briefly about contacting the Scotiabank Convention Center. It wasn't feasible in terms of ensuring a safe experience, so came up with an idea called the Spooky Awards. We have the Sparkle Lighting Awards with the Winter Festival of Lights. The Spooky Awards basically will encourage residents across Niagara Falls to dress up their homes in Halloween decorations. I know a lot of people celebrate Christmas. I know we do. We're big supporters, obviously, of Christmas lights and decorations, but there's a ton of residents that dress up their homes for Halloween. It only takes 2 minutes to drive around the corner, through your neighborhood, down the street, to see people already embracing Halloween. So the Spooky Awards will bring the community together. It will act as a celebration of Halloween. The residents that look to decorate their homes in Halloween festive decor will have an opportunity to do that. Working with city staff already, with Kathy Moldenhauer and Dale Morton and a number of other staff representatives. They're really excited about it. I see all the smiles on the face around council chambers right now. I think Councillor Pietrangelo is thinking about ways he'll dress up his home this Halloween season. But either way, it's a great opportunity as well for not only the residents who want to dress up their homes, but for community members, children, families. If it comes down to trick-or-treating only at your neighbor's house or only at close family members' homes, you could spend the next 2 or 3 hours driving around homes across Niagara Falls and seeing the cool decorations. So looking to get support from council to make this an official festival, I guess we'll call it, called the Niagara Falls Spooky Awards. Staff's already on board. We've already started executing some of the logistics and marketing. Residents will hear more about it, I believe, this week. We don't have a budget. There will be awards being handed out to residents. There are logistics and mapping that we're working on. So looking to council for maybe $5,000 spent at a max. I'm not saying we'll spend that or the committee will spend that, but looking at a maximum of $5,000 for the first year, hoping to make this an annual event for years to come. And again, I think it's a great experience. It's COVID friendly, it's safe, it encourages people to stay in their cars, and it gets the kids out and do something exciting, not knowing what trick-or-treating will look like this year. So if I could put that motion forward, that would be great.
That's great. So we've got a motion by Councillor Dabrowski, second by, I'm afraid to say I'm going to call you Pietrangelo. Councillor Dabrowski, second by
30
Councillor
pounds to go and I might get there.
Strange.
No, lower. No, I'm talking about the other way. That was a compliment. Wow.
Sorry. That we start the Spooky Awards in the city-sponsored event, and
city-sponsored event, make it an official event as part of the city's
and give you a budget
event.
of up to $5,000 to kick it off. I think it's awesome idea. Love it. And Halloween's become way more than it used to be. It used to be a one-day event. It's a whole month event.
It's a whole month. People are already celebrating.
It's like Christmas.
I think Halloween decorations sometimes are out in Home Depot and Walmart back in, I think, July. I've seen some.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's exciting for a lot of people. So and kudos, before we go on with the motion, kudos to Kathy Moldenhauer, Dale Morton's staff. They've embraced it. They're having fun with it. So I think we'll see it for years to come.
Okay, because it's scary working at City Hall, so they're already there.
It's hand in hand.
Councillor Lococo, you wanted to?
No, I was going to say.
Oh, okay, great. Well, if there's no further comment, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other new business? Motion for adjournment, Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Thank you. We are adjourned.